A very warm welcome, a good morning, good day, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are, to all our participants here in this webinar, which will present the status of wind power around the world. Yeah, we start now with the webinar. As some of you have probably already noticed, this is a public event, so it's live streamed on Facebook. We will also publish a recording after the webinar on our YouTube channel, where we also will have many people who will watch in the next weeks and months what the speakers will present. So please be aware, whatever you say, whenever you also raise a question that might be observed and watched by others as well. Yeah, it's my great pleasure to welcome you on behalf of the World Wind Energy Association. It's a very interesting point of time for the wind power market. And I will present you soon a few slides about the global status before we look into specific countries. But before we start, let's also wish Eid Mubarak to all our Muslim friends in particular. We've not been aware that this is coinciding today, but even more, we appreciate, of course, that even some of the people who would be celebrating today, they take the time and join us today, including, of course, Irfan, you as the president of the World Wind Energy Association. So with this, let me also say a big thank you already now to all our presenters, to the audience, and of course, also to the supporter of this webinar, the partner of the webinar, Prof, which makes it possible that we can present the webinar series for free. Yeah, with this, I'd like to hand over, Irfan, to you to welcome participants on behalf of the World Wind Energy Association. And so please take over. Irfan, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Stefan. So, good morning, good evening, good afternoon. So, as Stefan said, wherever you are. So, thank you very much. I think I welcome all of you to be present in this webinar. And I see Gulal Osman there as well. So, Eid Mubarak to him and Eid Mubarak to all the other WWEA family. So it's my honor and a privilege to welcome you on today's webinar, Wind Power Around the World. Today we gather not just as individuals passionate about renewable energy, but as a collective force driving towards a more sustainable and cleaner future of our planet. So global wind capacity, as Stephen was mentioning, has reached new heights, and the technology continues to evolve, pushing the boundaries of efficiency and sustainability. However, belonging to a country where wind power has just started, is not reached to the heights like in China, Europe. So the journey is far from over. The challenges of integrating, because I belong to a country, Pakistan, where we have very weak grid. So most of the countries, the developing world has this kind of a situation. So challenges of integrating wind power into our existing grids, optimizing supply chains, and ensuring equitable access to renewable energy resources remain significant hurdles. Yet, with challenges come opportunities. So for innovation, for partnership, for leadership. So this is, we believe, where we as WWEA can contribute. I also wanted to mention one thing, and I have started, saying this in different forums as well, that as we delve into the vast potential of wind power today, it's crucial to remember that future of energy is not just about one source in isolation. The true strength of our energy system lies in integration. Wind power definitely, with its immense potential, plays a pivotal role in the diverse energy landscape. But when it joins forces with solar, with hydro, with other renewables, like hydrogen is coming these days, so that is where we bring efficiency and sustainability. So by integrating wind with other renewable sources, we can also address one of the key challenges facing that is the variability. So storage solutions, smart grids, other innovative technologies like hydrogen from excess energy are transforming this challenge into an opportunity. So I just wanted to conclude by saying, Stephen, referring back to our conference in Australia, that is a symphony of renewables. So it paves the way for a truly sustainable future where renewables work much like an instrument in an orchestra, each contributing to a harmonious and powerful performance. So thank you very much. I wish all of you a very, very successful and knowledgeable webinar. Thank you, Stephen. Floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Irfan. And let me now introduce the global situation where we stand globally, to give you an understanding before we dive into specific markets, some of the global statistics. Of course, these statistics are always preliminary, so some of the countries have indicated as preliminary figures. We will even get updates today. So I'm curious about that. That is why these statistics are status of yesterday. So wind power, the globally installed capacity is now at, or was end of 2023, 1,047,000 megawatt, which is quite substantial when you look at the development over the last 40 years. Then you look at the last 10 years, you see there's a kind of tripling within 10 years from less than 400,000 to today, these more than 1 million. That was really a milestone achieved last year. Interesting to see the added capacity, additional capacity in the last couple of years. It's not always steadily going up, so there's some ups and downs, like the financial crisis had an impact more than 10 years ago, like the COVID pandemic had an impact, like the Russian invasion of Ukraine had an impact. Now that has obviously more a positive impact. So we had last year the world record of new installations with 116 gigawatt added within a year. These are the growth rates. And of course, whenever new technologies are introduced, growth rates are initially higher, then they go down. But you see now that the growth rate last year was even higher than in some of the previous years. That's a very encouraging signal. And you look here at the leading markets. As I said, these are the preliminary figures, and some may be updated today. But you see here that it's very, very clear that there's some countries which play an exceptional role, in particular China, which stood last year for around 2/3 of the installed, the market for installed new added capacity. But also other countries like Brazil, for example, are now amongst really the big markets with growth rates well above the average. Just to give you a visual impression of what the distribution of installed wind power, how that looks like globally, you see here again, there's some countries which really are kind of at the forefront. And when you look at the added capacity in 2023, then the picture is even clearer. It's very obvious that China plays a very important role. This is, of course, good, but of course, it also shows us other countries can do and should do more in the future. Well, this was an introduction of the global situation. Now, just you have the overall picture at the beginning before we now start looking into the specific countries. And with this, it's my great pleasure to welcome our first speaker from one country. So we try to start from the east, going to the west, of course, also in the interest of the time zones in which our speakers are. And accordingly, we start with Australia, one of the big markets nowadays. And it's my great pleasure to welcome Bridget Ryan from the Renewable Energy Alliance Australia. Bridget, warm welcome to you. And I would directly hand over to you and make you co-host, that you can start sharing your screen.
Okay, thanks very much, Stefan. Let me just, can I share screen? Okay, great.
Yeah, in the meantime, let me also request those who are not speaking, please stay muted so that we don't have any disturbing background noise. Yeah, that looks very good. Please, Bridget, go ahead.
Okay, great. Thanks very much, Stefan. My name is Bridget Ryan. I'm the Policy and Industry Engagement Director for the Renewable Energy Alliance in Australia. Just to firstly acknowledge, I'm speaking to you today from Wurundjeri country, which is the First Nations people whose lands on which I live and work. Just to acknowledge that their sovereignty was never ceded, and we continue to pay respects to the First Nations people in this country, and extend that to any other First Nations people joining or listening or watching on Facebook. We work very closely with communities and industry, and also play a bit of a role advising and providing comment into government around the renewable energy transition in Australia. We've been around for 10 years, and we work really hard on the social license side and the people side of the energy transition, working to ensure that that transition delivers benefits, particularly for the communities where many of these projects are being proposed and built. So just to give you some really, I guess, headline comments about where things are in Australia this year. We have legislated targets for emissions reduction by 2030 of 43% and 82% renewable energy generation in our mix by 2030. We're on our way there, but we're facing some challenges to get there. We have quite a large amount of money that the government has put in place to support large transmission projects to be built, to ensure that we can connect large-scale renewable generation from where those resources are, which currently don't have capacity in the grid to be able to connect it together. Challenges around that really are that a number of new transmission projects are delayed in getting through various processes that they need to, and ensuring that they can have community acceptance and land acquisitions progressing as those projects kind of go through those stages. And community engagement has been an issue with a number of those projects. Some of it hasn't been great, but there's a lot being done now to really try to shift and redress some of that concern. State planning has been slow, particularly for some wind projects in Australia, and the real challenge, as I mentioned, one of the things that particularly my organisation is really concerned about and working hard on is around community acceptance and the impacts, I guess the pressure that actually comes from those projects being built. It's not just about the project itself, it's about how does that impact around housing, workforce, infrastructure and environment. To just jump into some of those headline numbers that underpin the global status about wind energy that you were talking about before. Renewable energy generation in Australia is now just under 40% of our mix, which is a little higher than it was the year before, and certainly higher than the year before that. Renewable capacity, which has been added in the last year, includes about 3 gigawatts of rooftop solar. Australia is leading, as I'm sure you're all aware, on rooftop solar installations, and we continue to see similar levels year on year of around 3 gigawatts going into that part of the market. 1.9 gigawatts of large-scale solar and just under 1 gigawatt of wind energy was added last year. At the end of last year, there was around 5 gigawatts of large-scale wind and solar, and apologies, I don't have the split for that. But equally, or meeting that, or matching that, sorry, was also large-scale battery storage projects underway. So that's the short-term but flexible storage. There are also longer duration storage projects underway, but are not quite at the same status. sorry, just skipped over one slide, and to just really emphasize wind energy now supplies around 1/3 of the total of renewable energy generation in Australia. It's just ahead of rooftop solar and matching the amount of brown coal generation that we have in Australia at 13.4% in total. Just a couple of comments around wind energy. As I mentioned before, planning has been a bit of a challenge, particularly for wind. There are a number of projects that are taking quite a number of years to get through that planning process. And from a community engagement perspective, that also can become frustrating for communities that were expecting a project to come forward and deliver benefits and opportunities, and for them to take as long as some of them are taking means that that causes frustration too. I've skipped ahead. Sorry. Offshore wind in Australia is progressing. There are now 6 development areas that have been identified, and they're at various stages of consultation and development. So the first offshore wind area is in Victoria, which is the Gippsland offshore wind area. We've also got an area off the coast of Portland to the west part of the state. That's gone through an engagement and consultation process in the last year and has been refined down. And the other offshore areas in the other states listed here, New South Wales, Tasmania, Queensland, and Western Australia, are in early consultation phases. And it's likely that the original size of that area in this early stage of consultation will be refined down to a smaller actual area for development opportunities. There are 6 projects in Victoria that are now progressing with a feasibility step, and I would expect that they will mostly all continue to step forward with their projects, with the intention that at least one project will be under construction, if not by the end of the decade. There's a number of projects that are really aiming for 2030 as an outcome. Just looking forward, and I'll wrap up my remarks here. Communities are really crucial in the energy transition, and I think sometimes when we focus on the numbers and how we're going and the amount of investment, it's really important to remind ourselves that these projects are being located often in areas of our countries where there's not a lot of population, but the population that is there is pretty tight-knit and well-connected, and they are looking for opportunities to both influence the project and actually be involved in ensuring that the benefits flow to those regions in a way that is really beneficial and delivers long-term benefits and strategic long-term benefits for them.
You have 2
critical
minutes
in
left.
Australia, and I'm sure in many places is transmission as well. There's a number of projects that have recently been added, a number in construction and a few that are sort of committed to be built. There's 10,000 kilometres that we need by 2050. There's quite a number of thousands of kilometres underway at the moment. And as I mentioned at the start, there's some more federal government money that's been announced to help accelerate the build out of new generation. They're aiming for 23 gigawatts of renewable energy generation, and also supported by 9 gigawatts of storage coming into our system by 2030. Oops, forward, backwards, forwards. That's it from me. And if you'd like to have a look at some of the work that we do, there's also some links in the slides that will follow as well. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Bridget, for giving us a very comprehensive overview of where Australia stands. And you've already kind of highlighted also what the challenges are. I think Australia, one of the major markets in wind power, clearly referring to the importance of working with communities, which is fully in line with our priorities. and also referring to the importance, I think, of the distribution and transmission networks. Do we have any questions for Bridget? By the way, if you have any questions coming up or comments, please feel free to use the chat function of the meeting so that we can refer to that after the speaker has finished. Yeah, Bridget, I think that was clear enough. Thank you again very much. Please stay with us. And again, people who may still have questions, you may contact Bridget also now during the in the chat window. Yeah, there is indeed now a question. Which type of technology?
Energy storage technologies. Yeah, sure. So the majority of the storage that is in construction in Australia is large scale, so utility scale battery storage. So that's a mix of chemistries in those batteries, but the majority of the ones being built now and which have been already built are lithium ion batteries. So that's the majority. There's also pumped hydro storage. There's a sort of 400 megawatt pumped hydro storage being built in Queensland. And there's a compressed air storage project also in New South Wales, which is in development. I'm not sure what stage it's at as well. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Three types of storage.
I think as we had
yes, they're imported.
We had the World Wind Energy Conference in Tasmania, where hydro plays an important role. But let me underline how important it is and how innovative Australia is in terms of battery storage, because I think the world's largest battery storage you can find in Australia. I think it's very important for the rest of the world to see how Australia is managing that and managing a very high share of variable renewables with battery storage. Yeah, again, thank you. Then let's move to our next speaker. We're changing a little bit the order. We would just continue with our East Asian countries, but of course, there's some availability limitations. So it's my great pleasure that we can now welcome a speaker from Europe, Davide Astiaso Garcia, who works with the Italian Wind Energy Association, ANEF. Davide, a warm welcome to you as well. And it's my pleasure to hand over to you as, by the way, the host of the previous World Wind Energy Conference in 2022, where we had also a very good time. So Davide, I hand over to you. Please present the wind power status of Italy.
Yeah, thank you very much, Stefan, for inviting me in this very interesting webinar that can give us, to all of us, an overview of what's happening, what are the new aspects of wind energy in any country, sharing ideas, challenges, criticalities, and I think it's very important for us also to listen the other speakers. I will try now in 10 minutes to give you an overview of what is the updated situation in Italy. I will share my screen. I don't know if you can see my presentation. Let me know.
Yes, but not the presentation mode. Yeah, now comes. Now we see that presenters mode.
Okay. In presenters mode. Maybe
yes.
because I have.
We see your notes.
Okay, let's try again.
Yeah, now it's perfect.
Is it better?
Yeah, it's perfect now.
Okay, thank you. So, of course, I represent today the Italian Wind Energy Organization. We exist since more than 20 years, more or less the time where the wind energy is developing in our country. And we include more than 100 companies, most of them working on the Italian business, but also, of course, and many other countries. What's the situation in Italy? Considering the resource of wind, we have a much higher potential in the central and southern regions of our country compared to the north side. This could have created some particular some problems of grid connections during the years with our TSO Terna, also because are the same areas where also, of course, the PV potentialities of solar energy is higher. But now we cooperating with the TSO investing in the development of the grid. We find good improvement for avoiding curtailment of wind energy during the last years. Now we have installed around 12 gigawatt of wind energy in the whole country, and we have elaborated a study about mortality. I don't know if someone has open the mic. Okay, thank you. And we have seen that there is room for installing the additional capacity that we need for reaching the 2030 targets, more or less in any region. We are working with them because in Italy we have also some problems at regulatory level because of the differences between each region that in some cases could create a not homogenic approach that could slow the authorization procedures. I will try to give you the main point about that in these minutes. Looking at the size of the wind turbines installed in Italy, we can see that we still have many wind farms that are in exercise but are moving to the end of their life because they reached they were installed around 15, 18 years ago. So another very interesting challenge in our country is not only the installation of new wind farms, but also to repower, revamping the existing ones in order to also to keep the sites where in many cases the number of hours per year were very interesting for the wind energy production. Of course, the incentives will had changes in the last year, but also the cost of technology, and so now we see that considering the Italian energy, the PUN, the so-called the energy price in Italy, compared with one of the technology, we can see that there is good opportunities. There are good opportunities for investors to try to install with the current LCOE of wind energy in Italy. What about the new target? We have to reach now the National Energy and Climate Plan targets that were increased from in the last version from 20 gigawatt to 28 gigawatt only for wind. So that means that we have to speed up, to accelerate our installation for per year. We could not continue as happened in the last year. And we are working continuously with the national and local institutions and policymakers in order to facilitate this acceleration. For example, yesterday we had an audition at the Italian Parliament discussing how to reach the target of the National Energy and Climate Plan for wind. And we have seen that to reach this 28 gigawatt of target, we have to simplify the authorization procedures that are still longer than expected, even if in the last year we get some positive results in terms of environmental impact assessment procedures. We still have some differences between the regions, or in some cases some problems with the Ministry of Culture and the local sovereignties that will slow down the authorization in Italy. In the meantime, we almost the new decree, so-called FERIX, for new auctions in our country. We will have now a single technology auction because the last one were multi-technology auction with PV and wind together. Now we have different contingency, different number of megawatts and different base price for each technology. We get with the ANEV approach and the suggestion to the government the possibility to have the base price increased in order for compensating the inflation of the price, the inflation, the current inflation. But we still have seen that the cost of the technology, as I think it happened in many other countries, and we can discuss it today, increased in the last year for many reasons, for the raw material problems, for the international situation. So we have seen that we still need to increase the base of the auctions that is still so low, so much lower than the national energy price in Italy. So we can see that this is a win-win approach. Also other kind of strategies like the use of PPAs could help the installation of new wind farms. And of course, the integration of the grid also for the offshore connection. I will spend the last minutes of my presentation about what's the situation for the offshore wind in Italy. And also, of course, storage systems, as we just discussed with the previous speaker.
You have 2 minutes left.
Sorry?
You have 2 minutes left.
Yes, okay. 2 minutes. I want to give an overview of the offshore wind situation in Italy. We are working also with our environmental association to improve the best installation in our countries. The Italian TSO received 90 gigawatt of grid connection request because, as you know, now the Mediterranean is quite an opened new challenge, new possibilities with the floating offshore platform. We tried to have another decree for auction for 3,500 megawatt from here to 2030. We have seen that the potentiality is good, but we still have many criticalities in terms of infrastructure feasibility, the dynamic cable providing in the next year, and also the wind turbines. But of course, it's one new important opportunity for our country and for I think many other seas in the Mediterranean, many other areas of the Mediterranean. So that's all from my side. And of course, if there are some questions, I will be happy to try to answer.
Yeah, thank you very much, Davide, for also a very comprehensive overview. And I remember, of course, that the Offshore Manifesto, I think, was launched during the World Wind Energy Conference 2 years ago. It's good to see that things are moving. And I think Italy, which is has been also hit similar like my home country, Germany, by suddenly problems with the gas supply. There is additional momentum, obviously, now for wind power. Do we have any questions for Davide? Again, please feel free to use the chat function and write any questions that you might have. I think that, Davide, you told us that you need to speak early because you have to leave soon. So if any questions coming up, please, I encourage you, ask directly. Of course, everybody who would like to get in contact with one of our speakers later, then please contact us and we will connect you as well. But I see again here a question: what's the main way of energy production in Italy? Which
We
maybe you
have
can refer to
thermoelectric. We still have thermoelectric energy, combined cycles, and from renewables, the main one is PV that has to increase together with wind energy. There are the two main technologies to reach the 2030 targets, according also with the availability in our country, also to increase the energy independence of Italy.
Yeah, thank you for answering this. So again, a great thank you and applause for you, Davide. And then we move kind of back to East Asia, and it's my pleasure now to welcome Mr. Guiyong from the Chinese Wind Energy Association, who is there the expert for statistics. And I'm very much looking forward now, probably expecting now maybe even the final figures from the Chinese wind power market, which has been playing such an exceptional role now for maybe a decade or even longer. First, a warm welcome and good afternoon to China, and I hand over to you.
Thank you, Stefan, and good morning and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And thanks for inviting me to attend this webinar. And I'm very pleased to take a couple of minutes to share the Chinese latest information about the wind power market. Just as you know, China has remained the biggest market for the past 15 years. And in that last year, the newly installed capacity of wind power is about 75 gigawatts. Just now, as I submit to you, and we will finalize the data by the end of this month, because it's really a huge amount of data, and we use a lot of laborers to do that. So we need more 2 weeks. And hopefully it will be reached to 78 gigawatts finally, and it will bring the total to more than 472 gigawatts in total. And also we see the Chinese offshore wind also make a new record high in last year. There was 7.2 gigawatts in last year, and the total exceeds 37 gigawatts. And so here I want to note that why we see so high or so huge amount of installations for the last year. It's because we have 3 rounds of large-scale based projects in the 3 norths of China. It's named the Northeast China, Northwest China, and the Central North China. So for the first round of large-scale base projects, is about 97 gigawatts, and in the past 2 years, there was a grid connected about 73 gigawatts. So this contributed to the huge amount for the last 2 years installation, especially for 2023. And the ongoing projects and construction is about 24 gigawatts. And this would be taken into the installation for this year. And also for the second round of large-scale base projects is about 43 gigawatts. And the third round is about 52 gigawatts. And this will turn into the installations in the next 2 and 3 years. So it's also a huge amount of installation in the next few years. So by the end of last year, we see the wind power penetration in electricity, in terms of electricity consumption in China, has risen to about 10%. And together with the solar PV, it's about 15%. Yeah. And just based on the relatively complete industry chain and the supply chains, like the main parts, the main components, and the turbines, and the transmission facilities and technologies. So the Chinese turbine manufacturers and component manufacturers could reduce the cost drastically, and could make more and more bigger turbines. So for the last year, we see the 10 megawatts turbines for onshore wind farms has installed the prototypes. And for this year, we will see the 15 megawatts onshore turbines will be installed in this year. And also the 16 megawatts offshore wind was installed last year, and the 18th and 20th level offshore wind turbines has released and launched. And we will see the prototypes will be installed for the 20 megawatts offshore wind turbines. And also we see with the longer and longer blades, the rotor diameter for the onshore wind is more than 260 meters. And the offshore wind turbines is about 260 meters. And hopefully we will see the 300 meters rotor diameters in this year. And also we see a record high for the hub height of wind turbines. For last year, the maximum hub height is about 185 meters. It's installed in the west of China onshore. And also we will see we have already seen the 200 meters hub height installed in this year in the west of China with concrete and steel tower. And also we see the offshore wind construction equipment continues to develop, and more specialized and professionalized vessels was built and put into operation. That will drive the reduction of offshore wind cost and make the offshore wind location getting further from the shore. And in last year, we see there are 4 floating offshore wind prototypes that was installed in Chinese waters. And even though it's not very big turbines, but they are all semi-submersible wind turbines of floating foundations. So, and also we see there are more exports of wind turbines. So far we have 49 countries installed Chinese wind turbines. So for the future's potentials, we are based on the 14th 5-year plans because we have 9 onshore wind energies and 5 offshore wind bases. And also we have issued a new policy for the rural revitalization according to the Chinese central government. So we encourage the wind power-based deployment to help the reboost of the economy in the rural areas. That would open a new market for the distributed wind power market in China. So we also did a forecast for the installed capacity in the next 2 years. Just because I just know I cite the large-scale based projects in China, and also the faster development of offshore wind and the new market for distributed wind power markets in central and east countries. And we hopefully to make the forecast about this year's installation is about 100 gigawatts. That would be another record high. And then the next year would be more than 90 gigawatts as well. So just now for the past 10 years, we have seen there's a drastic reduction of the cost of wind power electricity. It's about 60 to 70%. And in the next 3 to 5 years, we will reduce the cost by another 50%. And so in the areas with very good resources, we will have the cost of about 10 to 15 cents in Chinese yuan. And in the central China, for the relatively not very good wind resources, we will have 20 to 25 cents yuan. And in the near shore for offshore wind power, we will have 30 cents in Chinese yuan. And also we see more and more integrated deployment and innovation deployment, like wind power with hydrogen, wind power with marine retching, and energy islands. Also not a concept, but put into construction so far. So we can see more and more power to X method way is becoming a good tunnel, a promising way for the consumption of green electricity. So in the future, maybe we don't have to rely on the transmission lines to transmit all the wind powers and solar PV powers from the northwest China, long far away to the east coastal load centers, but just use it locally, just produce it locally and use it, consume it locally. For example, like based on the from wind powers to green hydrogen, and we produce the green methanol, we produce the green ammonia, and to bring the green chemicals and the green gases as well. So that will be continuous to reduce the cost of renewable sources, and also to have a more combination with the green power, green electricity with the development of the economies. So that's it. Thank you, Stefan. Thank you.
Thank you very much for, again, an impressive story that we hear from China, and congratulations for what you have achieved. Probably there is this year then a reason to celebrate when you cross the 500,000 megawatt. That is will probably happen in the next couple of months, I suppose.
Yeah.
Yes. So do we have any questions to you? I think that's been a very impressive one. With regard to you referred to the countries to which China is exporting, and of course this is what many people are now watching. What is at the moment kind of the share of the products from the domestic production to abroad? Because I assume that most of the manufacturers in China are very busy with satisfying the demand in China. But is there a lot exported at the moment? Can you say what's the share?
So far, we don't have much more exports, because most of them will be sold and used in Chinese domestic markets. I think that for the export percentage is no more than 2 to 5%. Yeah, not very much.
Yeah, thank you for that.
Thank you.
And yeah, again, here, please feel free to write questions, comments that you might have in the chat. Again, thank you for giving us the update also. And we also look forward, of course, hearing the final figures. As you said, end of the month, you will present them here as well. Thank you. Then it's my pleasure to travel to another country. And of course, it's always now, after hearing that impressive with 2/3 of the market, of the world market in 2023, or maybe even more if the 78 gigawatt materialized. It's always difficult to follow based on that, but it's my pleasure that we can welcome here now Professor Chuichi Arakawa from Japan, who will present us now the performance of the Japanese market. And again, China is exceptional, so I'd like to compare everyone. Don't put any other country now in relation to what you hear. Of course, it should be inspiring us all and to show us what's possible. But now we move to another kind of market which has been around for many, many years, to Japan. And Chuichi, I know that there is also progress in Japan, in particular related to offshore wind. So I would hand over to you, of course, now giving you the right to share the screen. Chuichi, a good evening to Japan, and the floor is yours.
Thank you for your kind introduction. Martina, please show us my slide from your side. Is it okay?
Yes, just a second.
Okay. Anyway, it is my pleasure to explain Japanese status of wind power to the world. But as Stefan already explained, it's very difficult for me to explain Japanese status just after China. They have more than around 500 gigawatts as a total accumulation of wind power. But in Japan, just 5 gigawatt, one hundredth, a very small size. Anyway, I would like to explain our status. Okay, please, next slide. Yes, this is our total cumulative capacity year by year. Finally, we reach 5 gigawatt for 5,240 megawatts, something like that. Of course, you can see we progress wind power gradually, year by year, but the speed is not so fast, even after our big disaster of earthquake and nuclear power plant in 2011, but they the same speed. Okay, next slide, please. You can see more detailed status of wind power in Japan. Of course, now, last year, we have some good new installations, around 500 megawatts, something like that. Now we have some part of offshore wind. Then this year, next year, we gradually develop the total accumulations finally. Okay, next slide, please. As I have already told you, our position is now just 22nd ranking in the world, shown in the WWEA annual report. Stefan has explained in the top of this webinar. Of course, around 20 years ago, we had a good position, 7th or 8th position in the world. But now we are very slow position of 22nd. It is my great pity. But anyway, now we are very eager to develop offshore wind. The government selected now in rounds 1 and 2nd companies, developing companies for offshore wind, and we are now under the auction in 3rd round. Anyway, the government and we are very developed, we are very eager to develop offshore wind. Furthermore, we'd like to extend it to large size of so-called EEZ area, exclusive economic zone of ocean. Yes, next slide. You can see so many candidates, proposal places for offshore wind. You can see the round 1, the first 5 area, Goto, Nagasaki, something like that, and round 2, 4 places. And now we have round 3 under auction now. Yes, anyway, there are so many candidates now for offshore wind. Next slide. Now the government has a good target of offshore wind, wind power, including offshore wind. Main part comes from offshore. For example, by 2030, the government has a good target of 10 gigawatt. And now we have only 5 gigawatt. Furthermore, by 2040, the target will be 45 gigawatt. Of course, this is a formal target by the government. Furthermore, industry person has strong mind to keep, for example, Japanese content 60% by 2040, or cost reduction, for example, 50 euro by megawatt hour, for example. And furthermore, the industry group have a further good target, such as 100 gigawatt by 2050, or to go to the carbon neutral exactly. Okay, next slide, please. As I have already explained, the general sea area, the second stage of offshore wind, it's just we have just studied this general sea area. In this picture, the second term, general sea area. We have already started port sea area, where there are no strong relationship with stakeholders such as fishermen's union and so on. Next slide, you can see some another example. But anyway, yes, okay, thank you very much. This is one example of port harbor area. We have two kinds of laws. The first one was port and harbor law. And now we have exactly the offshore wind farm now here. The capacity of offshore wind in this law is around 100 megawatt, something like that. But anyway, we have last year we have two offshore wind project in the operation now. Next slide. The last slide shows the Akita prefecture, but this slide shows the Hokkaido area, Ishikari Shinko offshore wind farm. This is for the time being the biggest, around 100 megawatt. And it had just started this year, January, 1st of January, 2024, this year. And this is a kind of memorized project in our society. Okay, next slide. In Kita-Kyushu, they have the next project of port and harbor law. Maybe next year, they will have the 220 megawatt as a offshore wind farm, which will be the biggest one in Japan. Okay, next slide. But the mainstream is general sea area in Japan, whose size around 500 megawatt for one wind farm. The future size will be 1 gigawatt. Round one of this general sea area started 3 years ago. And the companies in the first round was published around 2 years ago. But at that time, just one company, Mitsubishi Corporation and CTEC, occupies all three big sides of the project. So we have some problems to the selections, and we continue to modify the rule to select the wind sector. But finally, last December and last month, the government has announced winners for round 2. So there are 2 international companies among a group of selected ones, which means now Japanese markets of offshore wind becomes international. Maybe German company RWE and Iberdrola, Spanish company or something like that, now will join us as one company. Okay.
You have 2 minutes left.
Okay, we continue to round 3 project. Okay, next slide. Of course, now we have very severe problem some kind of pressure to the wind power. The first one, social acceptance of onshore wind. Onshore wind. It's very difficult now to install the onshore wind farm in Japan. It's very, very difficult. It's a big problem. Anyway, even for offshore wind, technical problem, for political scandal in the diet. Next slide, please. Furthermore, local people strongly want to take the profits with the local contents. Of course, Japanese government or the industry says Japan contents, but now local people suggest the local contents, because now we do not have any big manufacturers in Japan. It's a big problem. Anyway, we need to arrange to produce some parts of systems as supply chain, as well as O&M in the local area. Furthermore, enlargement of offshore wind to EEZ, another problems. Big size of fishermen unions, military zones, and international conflicts, something like that. Next slide, please. Yes, the conclusion is similar in every year, but anyway, we are now very eager to develop renewable energy, focusing on offshore wind. That government target is also, of course, carbon neutral by 2050. But now we need some process to develop offshore wind and onshore wind. There is some possibility to extend nuclear power again for the carbon neutral in Japan. It's a big problem. We'd like to develop wind power among renewable energy, getting good collaboration with international friends. Anyway, thank you very much for your kind attentions.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chuichi, for giving us a very good overview. And it's good to see that there is now some momentum in the Japanese market. So there's been substantial installations last year. And I think what is interesting in all the presentations that we've heard so far is that the question of, and there's some answers to this, of people liking or disliking wind farms. There's now a lot of experience, and this is something that we as an association certainly should continue working on. Do we have any questions? I see here one question. Apart from offshore wind, is there also the plan for wind onshore in Japan? So probably meaning that is there also plans to expand
in Japan, we have the plans of onshore wind farms, but some of them has been established, but new proposal of onshore in Japan is very, very difficult to be accepted for local people. We have very severe objection group of national-wide. Once we have the plan of onshore in local area, severe person from all over Japan gathered to this area to make opposition to the design, these ideas. So anyway, it's very difficult. But of course, we are now making strong efforts to resolve this problem. Please give us some time to resolve it.
So there's one more question regarding the opposition. Why is there? And maybe let me add to that. Is it common that the local population is part of a wind project? Is it something like, we had recently 2 referendums held in Germany. One was at the end against the wind farm, which was a foreign investor, and the other referendum was initiated by a local cooperative, and they won that referendum. So obviously the ownership aspect is very important. Is that common in Japan to have locals owning wind farms?
Yeah, generally speaking, it's a big size of wind sector. who organize wind power on each places. But of course, we have some new trend to develop the small size of electric utility companies in the local area. So this utility company will buy all of electricity from the local wind farm to sell electricity directly to this area, local area, something like that. But the size is not enough. Generally speaking, local people cannot taste their profits even now. We'd like to develop these efforts for getting social acceptance.
Yeah, thank you for that. And maybe a brief answer to this question, which is not directly related to our webinar here, but is there wave energy? Are there projects, wave energy projects in Japan?
Yes, of course, we have several projects of wave energy. The Kamaishi city, which suffered from big damage due to tsunami 10 years ago, made exact project of wave power generating systems. We are very eager to develop the ocean energy as well as offshore wind now.
Thank you very much. Again, thanks a lot for giving us this overview. And there might be other questions. Please have a look in the chat. Also, thank you to those who have written those questions. And if you want, you can, of course, we can connect you with our speakers also after this webinar. So thank you to Japan and have a pleasant evening. Now let's move to, well, almost neighboring country, Republic of Korea, South Korea. And it's my pleasure to invite now Professor Son, Professor Choong-Yul Son, who's been with the Korean Wind Energy Association, one of the founders, and also one of our board members, giving us an idea of where Korea stands, South Korea stands. Guiyong, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Stefan. It's good morning in Europe, good afternoon in Asia area. I hope you have a nice Easter holidays with your family and friends. Martina, please show me my presentation in
Just a moment, please.
Okay. Today I have prepared the presentation showing you current status of wind energy in Korea and some policies and some new situation in Korea.
I think today is election day in Korea, so there might be also some
you know
interesting outcomes impact on energy.
Mm-hmm. The political in Korea, they have some different mind as an opinion. Mm-hmm.
Stefan, somebody is sharing their screen, so I'm not allowed to share mine. Can you please take care of that?
I don't see. No, I don't know. Yeah, now it's coming.
Okay, so please, second slide.
Martina, if you go to the presentation mode, just at the bottom, that small button, if you click on that. A little bit left.
This slide shows the current status of renewable energy supply in Korea. It's now in Korea is second slide. Martina, please. Okay, just shortly. The installed capacity is about 32 gigawatt. It's, the solar energy is 24 gigawatt. Wind energy is 1.9 gigawatt. Others is 6 gigawatt. And we know this the necessity of balanced supply among renewable energy sources So please, next slide. So the total installation wind energy in Korea is, you can see, is in 2023 installed is about 2 gigawatt capacity, and then is onshore sector is 2 gigawatt. It's offshore sector is 147 megawatt. So it's a very quite small capacity competitive with China, although Japan and other countries. But we still try to develop this wind energy in Korea. And so ongoing project in offshore sector is 77 project, and then the capacity is 24 gigawatt. Next slide, please. So I had already said several years ago, it's about a Korean concept for renewable energy, especially wind energy sectors. The 2019, that to expand the renewable energy, our government announced the onshore and offshore wind development plans. That is since the announcement of the Renewable Energy 3020 implementation plan announced this 2017. Under this concept is every 2 or 3 years is our government plan is this plan is unloaded. You can see it's 2022. The renewable energy policy improvement, changes in the energy environment. There are many different reasons, difficulties. So there's a first one is reasonable and feasible. There's a renewable energy expansion we need, but anyway, we must is considered is the cost-effective for the renewable energy expansion, and otherwise we have some very big problem, the power grid problems, and then is as you know, is in Korea also very big problems like local acceptance. And then it's our government also announced to some domestic industry development, including in wind farm project. Next slide, please. So for the goal to expand wind power in Korea, we have every 2 years is changed our national energy concept. You can see the right side is a 10th basic plan for electricity supply and demand. So November last year is announced by our government. The renewable energy sector is until 2030 is 21.6%, and then up 30.6% until 2036. And then you can see the middle of this table, so NRE, renewable energy sector, is 134 gigawatt. But we hope so, which our government planned. We don't know is when this government changed, then they also try to continue this purpose, but the local problem or especially after the another slide I explain you. Next slide, please. So our government led to establish some institutional foundation for onshore and offshore sector. Among these, the institutional foundation, there are some concepts like onshore wind estate consulting and for onshore repowering, and then specialist regulatory improvement. That means we have some the regular the temporary use of a land permission is until now is limited to a maximum of 20 years. And our government to change this regulation to increase investment in wind power and the supply of renewable energy extend up to 30 years. This is a very good news if scheduled. Next slide, please. So that is offshore sector. So like onshore, the offshore also same offshore wind power estate consulting, and then it's also special act on offshore wind power. Our government is preparing legislation proposals, but not accepted. But we hope in this year or next year is a special act committed. And then it's the last one, right side support for licensing. That means it's in Korea. So we have is the north side and south side is some military program. Therefore, it's for specialists not only onshore but also offshore area. There are many military bases. So therefore, we must get the permission from the military department. And then one of okay, next please. Okay, that's also the one of the institutional foundation. This wind power governance. There's there are several foundations. So one of is offshore wind power committees under the Premier Minister, and promotion group under the Minister of Trade and Industry and Energy. And then it's the last right side one is a public-private council. That's under the head of local government. This public-private council helps also the onshore or the offshore wind farm developing. Please, next slide. So this is also one of the institutional foundation for the producers of a wind project. Until now, it's a current wind project producers is take us 71 months getting the permission. But we have when we have special access procedures, this takes 33 months. There's a two part.
2 minutes left.
Okay, government part and the development part. It's very nice when we get this special act procedures. Next slide, please. Martina, next please. Okay. Here show also local acceptance. So our government plan also explain about the acceptance guideline, example for the offshore wind farm developing, and otherwise is participatory business model. And the last one, right side, support for resident participation funds. It is very important point for the developing is wind energy developing. Next slide, please. So Also, this all is institution of foundations for the strengthening industry competitiveness. So our government also try to improve the Korean industry company for the in the industry sectors. Next, please. Also of infrastructure development is I had explained about is our power grid problems. So our government is planned also to launch its HVDC to supply Honam renewable energy sectors. And this HVDC plan also maybe everything is also going good. Then it's 2030. Our government have built the HVDC line in west side area. So also is they try to develop support and the ships. It means it's the support offshore harbor depending on its the industry area. Okay, next slide, please. So this is last one, our future plans. I'd like to say the last paragraph. The wind industry in Korea is an early stage, and it is time to focus on expanding domestic market through the collaboration and the benchmarking of global leading companies and the countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Guiyong, for this good overview of where Korea stands. And somehow similar, I see to Japan, that there is limited, but there is some investment in onshore wind, but there is a lot of expectation regarding the offshore wind farms. Probably that will play a role, an important role. And we know that the investors are now looking into Korea, not only Korean, but also international investors are looking into Korea, similar to Japan. Do we have any questions for Professor Son? Again, please feel free to write any questions you might have into the chat here. Yes. So, and as we don't have any questions right now, I'd say thank you very much, Guiyong, for a very good presentation of where Korea stands. And then move the West. Yes, and applause for you, and thank you, and have a good evening. And please be available in case any questions are still coming up. Please have a look at the chat window here as well. Thank you. Let's move now more to the West, and we now start with the first European country, a country that is in a very special situation at this point of time, and it's Ukraine. Ukraine, which has been attacked by Russia, and there's an invasion, still a war going on in the country. Ukraine still started actually long ago to invest in wind energy, and in spite of the current situation, there is still ongoing investment in wind energy. It's my great pleasure to welcome you, Galyna. First, let me ask you, how are you today? How is the situation? And please, warm welcome, and please present the situation of your organization and your country.
Thank you, Stefan. Thank you very much for your nice introduction. And thank you for inviting me to share the information about wind power sector in Ukraine. I could say that nowadays it's a tradition to have such webinars organized by World Wind Energy Association devoted to global deployment of wind just in April, if I remember correctly. So I hope we will continue this tradition. As for the situation in Ukraine, unfortunately, it's not so good. And especially during the last months, the attacks on our infrastructure has become more and more often and severe. But let me start my presentation. Yes. So I will try now to share my screen.
So we can see the presentation, just not yet in presenters mode.
Yeah, I will try now to fix it to the present mode. I don't know what's happened. I'm sorry.
Disappeared?
Disappeared totally. Yeah. So one more attempt.
I'm not sure which program you're using, but if you use preview.
Yeah, I got it.
Very good. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So as I have already mentioned, Russia's attacks on our power system is continuing, and they started since the first days of Russia's invasion because its strategic importance to our economy and the livelihood of our population. Therefore, revision of the existing approach to the development of the energy system has become acute for Ukraine, particularly in terms of enhancing its resilience, flexibility, and decarbonization. This includes the development of a distributed network of power plants, especially those using the renewable energy sources, which utilize the network of distribution system in combination with smart technology, energy storage systems, demand response measures. The decentralized design of wind farms with large spaces between wind turbines make them especially resilient in wartime. I'd like to give you one example. Last autumn-winter season, attacks on energy infrastructure had left more than 500,000 people in Odessa region without a power supply. But through the distribution networks, electricity generated at two wind farms located in the region were delivered to the city and restore electricity to more than 100,000 consumers. And here you see nice photos of Ukrainian wind farms. So a little bit of statistics. So what does Ukraine's wind power sector look like as of the end of 2023? Even in wartime, new wind capacities have been added to the grid, bringing the total to 1.9 gigawatts, taking into account the wind farms located in the temporary occupied territories. More than 3.5 billion euros have been invested in wind projects, and the share of foreign investors accounts for 50%. Here you see the map with locations of Ukrainian wind farms, 36 wind farms comprising wind turbines with template capacity ranging between 2.5 and 6 megawatts have been installed in Ukraine since 2009, the year when the feed-in tariff was introduced in the country. As you see, the majority of our farms are located in the southern and eastern part of the country, in the territories with the highest wind resources. But unfortunately, these territories were the first to be occupied by the Russian Federation. Therefore, I have to say that 1.3 gigawatt or 71% of the total installed wind capacity is now not available because of the allocation in these temporary occupied territories. All these wind turbines were taken offline in the first days of the Russia's invasion. And we also know about 11 proven cases of wind turbine being damaged or destroyed. At the end of the day, for sure, the figure could be higher. Right now, as I have already said, 36 wind farms comprising 703 wind turbines have been installed in Ukraine. Despite facing numerous internal and external challenges, including continuous shelling of energy infrastructure by Russia, disruption in the logistics supply chain of equipment, and decrease in the number of personnel, Ukraine, we managed to add 238 megawatt of new wind capacities over 2 years of full-scale war. And just in 2023, we added 146 megawatts. Consequently, by the end of 2023, the total installed capacity, as I have already mentioned, reached 1.9 gigawatt. As of today, wind accounts for 22% of the overall balance of the renewable energy sector, thus keeping the second position after solar. I'd like to give you some more information about 3 wind farms that were constructed and commissioned during the wartime. As I have already said, we managed to install 238 megawatts. For sure, comparing to the previous markets presented today, it's not a big figure, but I consider it's a real feat of the Ukrainian wind engineers. As you could imagine, installing wind power capacity during wartime is a real challenge. It took several months of intensive negotiations between Ukrainian companies and wind turbine manufacturers to agree on a new installation model which allowed construction to resume safely. As a result, major roles were assigned to Ukrainian contractors. Installation and commissioning were conducted by Ukrainian technicians and engineers, with wind turbine manufacturers supervising remotely. Beyond the usual health and safety gear typically required for wind turbine builders, workers were also equipped with body armor and helmets to protect them during construction. Special bomb shelters were constructed and evacuation plans were developed, and these plans were strictly followed during military threats. So the first wind farm I'd like to present is the Kilgulskaya wind farm, 114 megawatt. In fact, this is just the first stage of this plan. When constructed, the total capacity will reach 500 megawatt. Peculiarities of this wind farm comprising Vestas wind turbine with unit capacity of 6 megawatt is their location just around 100 kilometers from the front line. The second wind farm is Dnistrovskaya, also commissioned in the second quarter 2023 as the previous one, with total capacity of 60 megawatt, and it consists of 11 wind turbines by G. And the last one is Kolivska wind farm. It's in the western part of Ukraine. Its cumulated capacity is 54.6 gigawatt. They use Nordex wind turbine, and the peculiarities of this wind farm is their location in the mountains area.
You have 2 minutes left.
Okay, I will speed up. So the total installed capacity of the renewable energy sector increased in 2023 by 216 megawatt, bringing the total to almost 9 gigawatt. Here you see the diagram of RES capacity added in 2023. The new model of electricity market aimed at introducing competitive mechanism for the functioning of the electricity market was launched on the 1st of July 2019. In the years that follows, efforts were made to enhance and align its operation with the rules of the European market. Last year, amendments to the law of Ukraine on the electricity market allow for the exclusion of the REST generation facilities that sell electricity at a feed-in tariff from the balancing group of a guaranteed buyer, granting renewable energy producers the right to withdraw from this balancing group and conduct independent trading activities on the merchant electricity market has become one of the most revolutionary changes in Ukraine's green energy sector in recent times. According to the state enterprise market operator, the share of renewables in electricity sold on a day-ahead market and intraday market increased to almost 6.5% in 2023, overtaking coal, which halved from 21.5% in 2022 to 11% in 2023. And the right figure shows you the dynamics of electricity volumes sold to a guaranteed buyer in 2021 and 2022. As you see, all the electricity generated by wind producers were sold via guaranteed buyer, and in 2023, 78% of wind electricity producers left the balancing group of guaranteed buyer and started to sell electricity independent on the market. And just a few words about offshore wind potential in Ukraine. So far, we do not have any offshore wind farm. I would tell you more, we even don't have any offshore wind legislation. But last year, we managed to conduct a pre-feasibility study on the potential for Ukrainian waters in the Black and Azov Sea. So this survey was conducted by World Bank in cooperation with Danish Technical University and Danish Energy Agency. So the outcomes shows that for bottom-fixed wind turbines, the Ukraine's offshore potential comes to 30 gigawatt, and for floating wind turbines, 20 gigawatt. So the next step will be to conduct the legislative analysis, legislative gap analysis, and to draft the necessary offshore wind legislation. And I always end my presentation with the words that wind energy is the energy of freedom and independence. It brings democracy, it brings peace, because you don't need to fight for it. You just need to use it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Galyna, especially for your last sentence, which I think is a good summary of why we all are doing this here. We're working for a better world and are simply for the difficult situation in which you still are. Let me mention at this point of time also that we started 2 years ago this initiative Renewables for Ukraine, in which we've been calling for donations, financial and in-kind, to provide humanitarian aid in form of renewable energy systems, in particular solar systems, as they're not so small, wind turbines, well, not so easy to install. And together with your organization, Ukrainian Wind Energy Association, we've already delivered now several mobile and smaller sets to universities, schools, and kindergartens. I will type the website of this in the chat here, so everybody who'd like to support people in Ukraine, especially those who are suffering from power outages, etc., you can also help us with this. So do we have any questions for Galyna? There is no question. So, Galyna, again, thank you very much. Please stay with us and have a look at the chat in case that any questions are coming up. Please feel free to answer directly and stay safe in Ukraine. We, in particular in Kiev, where you're living, I know that your daily life is also sometimes really difficult because of the rockets which are still shot to Kiev even.
Yeah, and not on, yeah. Thank you, Stefan. Thank you.
With this, again, thank you. Let's move now from Eastern Europe to Northern Europe. And we're now moving to actually one of the largest markets for big wind turbines. And that is Sweden. Sweden, for some of our participants here, might be a surprise, but Sweden turned out to be one of the large markets in Europe, although it's not one of the largest countries. Again, an example, like China, others should learn from. But let's first listen to what our Swedish colleague has to tell us directly from Sweden. It's my great pleasure, Andreas Wickmann, to welcome you, representing here the Swedish Wind Power Association, to share with us what the status is of wind power in Sweden. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. I hope you all can hear me. Is the sound okay?
Yes, I can hear you well.
Fine. It was yes, but the last speaker here, we are, well, I really bother about what the Ukrainian people are going through, and we are extremely impressed what they can, the resistance they can give, and we try to support what we can from Sweden with well, some economics and also military equipment, but we hope that more countries will do the same, and especially from the US, we hope that they will support. So that's another question, but it's hard to think about anything else when you just had some picture from Ukraine. So,
Thank you.
back to wind. Yes, it's a little bit surprising that we have become such a big, and of course I'm happy. I've been working with it for nearly 40 years now, and who could believe that? Sweden. We were long 50 megawatt market, but now we are 1 gigawatt market close to yearly. So. But I will give you some pictures here. I'll see if I can share my screen. Okay, it should be this one, I think. Can you see my screen now?
Looks good. Yes, perfect. Yeah, please go ahead.
Excellent. So our sister organization, which have a very similar name as ours, it's Swedish Wind Energy Association. They gather every quarter statistic over what have been done and a forecast of what will probably happen. And the last one is fulfilled here after the Q4 has passed, so it's done here in February. So it's quite recent figures. Let's see if I can. No, that didn't work. Why can't I? French. Aha. Okay, here it goes. Yes, the last quarter was actually the one of the fourth highest since we start say this little bit more rapidly execution of turbines in Sweden. It has been quite low in the beginning of the year, as you can see, but in the last quarter, 730 megawatt was commissioned, which is a good figure, of course, a very good figure. And in clear numbers, you can see here that we had 14 gigawatt installed at the end of 22, and during 23, another 2,000 nearly were commissioned, which brings us up to close to 17,000. And the expectation for the current year is close to 1,000 megawatts, and so for the 2 years to come, 25 and 26. And if that will happen, we are close to the 20 gigawatt at the end of 26. Sweden is a long country, and it's quite cold in the northern part and quite warm in the southern, and so most people are living in the southern half of the country, and not so many in the up north, which gives opportunities to find areas for onshore wind, much better opportunities in the northern part of the country, and the main the development has happened up there, and due to the different say the difference in between the need, the consumption, and production means that a lot of the power have to be transmitted from the northern part down to south, and in order to try to put some say value on where power is produced, the country is divided in 4 price zones. With normally the lowest price in the Nordic, the most northern part, which is called SE1, and then the price continued to raise while going down in the country. But due to the denser population and area available, most wind are developed in SE2, as you can see here. Wind conditions also, of course, varies quite a lot when you have a long country, and last quarter, the 23 was quite weak wind actually, and the production wasn't as high as it was the year before, but according to more turbines, we were exporting energy, something like 20 terawatt hours were exported during 2023, and in respect of our, say, the surplus of power, when you're exporting, you have obviously more than you need in your own country. But a little bit surprisingly, the current government we have focused a lot on nuclear, which myself and many with me thought were part of the history. But now their biggest goal is to try to establish new nuclear power stations. Well, nuclear can be a fossil. It's definitely fossil free, and in that respect, a usable energy source, but it's quite expensive and it takes very long time to erect. So we are a little bit skeptical to that view, and also we are afraid that it can have a very bad influence of the willingness to invest in wind, because if you create an even larger surplus of energy, of course the price will go down, and the economic feasibility for wind will then decrease, of course. So this is a summary of what is installed and the development over the years, and you can see that it's a quite well, fixed race of megawatts, and due to the efficiency of the turbines, the produced energy are even steeper. So we are now at close to 35 terawatt hours, and we are hopefully going forward or upwards. And if you see on the, sorry, back that way. When this forecast is done, we are divided the projects in 5, status. Under construction is just what it says. It's turbines that everything is done, investments, decisions taken, and turbines is on their way. Announced is just below that. Permits are in place and also the investor, but the investment decisions hasn't been taken. Then we come down to permit granted, which of course is very essential. So that's a milestone. And below that we have where permitting is in process and consultation.
You have 2 minutes left.
Okay. Well, then I think I'll drop these figures and instead go over to what we can expect from offshore. The problem we have in Sweden is that we have a very, very long process for having the permits in place. 10 years is something that you have to count with. But despite that, there is a big interest. So here is some of the figures. 440 terawatt hours is under development, where the granted is just close to 10. But the permitting process is close to 200. So we hope that we soon will see the first large offshore farms in Sweden. And this is the ones, we have 16, the yellow spots, that is on the table for at the government. And there are 3 green dots here are where they have concerns, and we hope to see construction start soon. And finally, the 3 scenarios, what we can see up to 2030. is where we are here in 24. We have the low, the high, and the base scenario. And then the base scenario brings us up to something like 75,000 gigawatt hours, which is well, at least half of the electricity consumption in Sweden today. We have 150 today, and can we reach 75 during the last years of this decade? That should be fantastic. Yes, my time is out, so thank you very much for listening.
Yeah, thank you very much, Andreas. And also congratulations to Sweden really being one of the largest market for new wind turbines. And of course, I'm personally confident that the nuclear option, which is at the moment also discussed, will not really materialize. But it's unfortunate if you have such a great momentum that may take a little bit away from the momentum that you have in Sweden, where you're blessed also with other renewable resources. Do we have questions from our audience? We have any questions for Andreas? That seems not the case. So I think with this, we've had excellent presentations. Again, excellent presentation now from Sweden. Andreas Wickmann, thank you so much, and good luck with your with the future progress of Sweden in wind power, which is important also for many other European countries as an example, of course. Yeah, with this, I'd say we come now to the end of the first part of our webinar. Unless there is anyone who would like to now again raise any questions, that seems not the case. With this, I'd say thank you to the speakers in our first panel. We will now have a break of 2 hours and continue with the more Western Hemisphere, those people, some of them who have not yet got up, because for them it's still middle of the night. Anyway, so please, those of you, of course, who now need to go to sleep, thank you for joining us. Wish you a good night. Those who want to stay, we will keep the meeting here open, and we'll be back in 2 hours, and look forward to hearing to our panel in the afternoon European time, of course, the morning in the Western Hemisphere. Thank you, and see you soon again. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Welcome to the second part of our webinar about wind power markets around the world. So welcome to those who've just joined us, and welcome back to those who had a break. Well, we started our journey in the first part with some especially East Asian countries. We had Australia with us, we had China, Japan, Korea with us, we had Ukraine with us, we had Sweden with us, and now we continue with Europe, some African countries, and also with another Asian market, and then going to the Americas. Now, unfortunately, there's some last-minute problems with our first speaker, who was supposed to speak about North America, so that presentation is not taking place. But we have now the second largest Asian market, one of the first big markets with us, and this is India. Before we start with that, let me again remind you that this is a public meeting, so there's a live stream on Facebook, and we will record when we are recording the webinar, and it will later be also available on our YouTube channel. So in this sense, whenever you show your face, when you say something, please be aware that this is public. Thank you again to our webinar supporter, Prof. which this partnership allows us to offer such first-hand information for free. Whenever you want to when you have any questions, you want to say something, please make use of the chat here. You can also ask questions in the chat, and then we can come back to that. Now let's start with the first speaker of the second part of this webinar. And as I've already mentioned, we're talking about India now, and it's my great pleasure to welcome Dr. Jami Hossain, who is the technical chair of World Wind Energy Association, has a very long experience, I can say decades of experience with the wind power sector in India. And India is not only the largest country of the world, but also one of the largest markets for many, many years now. So Jami, we look forward to hearing from you about the progress and the prospects of Indian wind power market. I hand over to you.
Thank you, Stefan, and good day and good morning or evening to all the participants from different parts of the world. And I think today also many parts of the world, they are celebrating Eid. So I also would like them to wish them Eid Mubarak today. And then we go on to our presentation about India. And I will share the screen for that purpose. Just a minute.
So I think you just need to go to the presentation mode and then you can start.
Yeah. So every year we come around and discuss how are the things in India and how whatever has been the capacity addition and such things. And here you see in the photograph is one of the wind farms with Suzlon wind turbines. And this tower is typically what is called the hybrid tower. It is part of it is lattice and the other part is tubular. And they are going up to 160 meter. Though normally it is 140 meter, but they have also set up wind turbines at 160 meter height. Now, if you look at it, in terms of the total installations that have taken place in India, we can see that today we have reached something like 45.9 gigawatt, this blue line, which shows the cumulative installations in the country. So I would just like to mention that before 2010 or 2011, the idea that we had from the various agencies was that the potential for wind farms totally in India is 45 gigawatt. But today I'm happy that we have exceeded, and I was one of the first persons to say that the potential is in thousands of gigawatt. And just by installing more than 45 gigawatt, we have established that fact. And so in 2024, we did a little more than 2023. We have set up 3.25 gigawatt of wind power in 2024. And if you look at the average installations from 2018 to 2024, 2018, because that is the time when our policy framework changed from FIT and what we called accelerated depreciation to reverse auction and auction regime. We have added 1.9 gigawatt per year on an average. And before that, for the same period, around 7 years, we were adding on an average 2.9 gigawatt per year. So, for any policy framework, I think 7 years is a very long time to establish whether it is achieving some of its objectives. And one main objective is to achieve capacity addition to reach net zero kind of goal that we have already declared. And in order to achieve that goal, we need to be adding something like 15 gigawatt per year of wind. And just for your information also, in comparison, we have installed 15 gigawatt of solar installations in the country into 2023-24. And these years that we count is financial years, which is March ending to April 1st. So this is how we count the years here. And this is the status as of now. If you look at the overall generation mix in the country, we have a total installed capacity of 442 gigawatt. And you can see in the bar chart below how is the wind, solar, small hydro, bio, hydro. And the pie chart where you can see that wind is totally around, it's around 10.5%. And then solar is 19%. And rest of the things. And thermal is 55% of the total generation capacity. So this also shows we have to go a long way to achieve our net zero objectives. And the trends in tariff, you can see, are interesting. And the green part is solar, which was very high in financial year 12. And in 22, it came down quite significantly. And wind is also, has come down and is more or less like solar, slightly above currently. But at some point of time, they were together also. So this is around 2.8 to 3 rupees per kilowatt hour. So this is the tariff which is determined through the reverse auction method that is followed by the Solar Energy Corporation of India, which is the body that does the reverse auctions, organizes the reverse auctions. So another slide here, I show you that if we have to achieve our targets by 2030, which I will come to what are the targets, 500 gigawatt, then we have to be growing very fast from now onwards. And I mean, this is a dated sort of a graph. So actually this ramp up is much more steep now. And so you can see how we have been going. We have been going something like this, and then it is going more steep. So coming to the policy and regulatory, analysis and developments. First of all, I would say there has been an intense policy action in India from the policymakers on many fronts, including wind, but many fronts which link up to the wind energy. For example, hydrogen, battery energy storage systems, electric vehicles, offshore wind, solar, onshore wind, all of which, links up with wind power generation in some manner or the other. But there has been quite an intense activity on the policy front with various notifications, with new policy documents and new regulations coming up, which is quite good in a sense that we have started to get into a framework which is complex and fairly diverse. And 55.8% of capacity in the mix is thermal, which shows that we have to go a long way. And India aims to achieve net zero by 2070 and meet 50% of the energy requirements from RE by 2030. So meeting 50% of the RE requirements by 2030 means we have to get into this 55.8% in a very significant manner. Also due to the fact that the thermal power plants, they operate at relatively higher plant load factors of around 65%, while the renewable energy, the solar operates at around 19%, wind operates around 35 to 40%, and we are looking at offshore wind, which may operate at something like 45 to 50%. Corresponding to India's commitment of 500 gigawatt of non-fossil fuel-based installed capacity by 2030, the draft National Electricity Plan 2022 estimates that the country will reach a cumulative RE installed capacity of 344 gigawatt by 2027 and 570 gigawatt by 2032. This is according to the draft National Electricity Plan of 2022. As of February 2024, non-hydro RE capacity is 136 gigawatt, and hydro is 47 gigawatt. Therefore, there is a shortfall of around 200 gigawatt to be achieved by 2030. Translates roughly into 30 gigawatt a year. So for wind, I would say we can look at something like 15 gigawatt per year from wind and the rest from solar. And even if we play around with that mix between wind and solar, there is very, very significant capacity that we have to add every year, and which is not happening at the moment. So this is quite a challenge, I would say. Analysis shows that from 2018 till 2024, the year when the reverse auction was introduced in wind was 2017-18. Average annual installations have been 1.9 gigawatt a year, as I told you in the previous slide. And previous to that, it was 2.9 gigawatt per year. Reverse auctions are highly competitive and attempt to push back tariffs to the minimum possible, but also place supply chain and the investors under great strain. Many auctions have been held till now. So I just calculated and looked at the data. Something like 15.7 gigawatt of wind, which is pure wind, and something like 5.9 gigawatt of hybrid capacity, which will include wind and solar. So it was difficult to figure out how much is solar and how much is wind. But typically wind is more in these hybrid projects. So it's something like 75% wind and 25% solar. It could be something different. And presently around 6 gigawatt of wind and 1.44 gigawatt of hybrid projects have been set up. Targets set for wind are being missed. So if we look at the target of 2030 or 500 gigawatt, and at least we should have been adding something like 8-9 gigawatt since 2018, 8-9 gigawatt per year. Now we have already 7 years down the line, and that only means that we have to work more harder to achieve those targets. 7 years is a long time period to figure out if a policy framework is effective or not. While public procurement should minimize tariffs, I mean, that is the objective of public procurement all over the world. I mean, the absolute obsession with pricing and tariff reduction while disregarding other aspects such as full utilization of manufacturing, economic development, employment, etc., is not the way forward, particularly when the demand under the net zero considerations is quite huge, which means that we do need a lot of capacity to come up. And in order to have that capacity come up, we need to make it easy for the developers, for the investors, for various other stakeholders. And if that streamlining is not done, then there will be a delay in the project implementation. Offshore auctions of seabed leasing has been started, and there is an auction for 4 gigawatt in Tamil Nadu offshore, which will conclude sometime in May. And the viability gap funding for offshore has been declared to up to 1 gigawatt capacity. So there will be some what we call VGF, which will be applicable for a capacity of 500 megawatt in Gujarat and 500 megawatt in Tamil Nadu, as and when these projects are with greater policy focus on round-the-clock power transmission, power, like it's called RTC, round-the-clock, and hybrids, green, H2, BESS, etc. This has been there, as I told you. And green power is seen as linked to hydrogen production as well. And in Tamil Nadu itself, a demand of 5 gigawatt of green power for hydrogen is envisaged by 2030. So very significant developments can happen over the next couple of years, maybe next 3, 4, 5 years, very significant developments with hydrogen, with offshore, with the existing onshore. And the other is commercial and industrial segment, which is picking up independently of the auction system, because then it's a power purchase agreement directly between the builder or the developer and the industrial consumer. And that is sort of pegged to the tariff, the industrial tariff, which is much higher than what we achieved through the reverse auctions. Okay.
Jami, your time is over.
Okay, then I still have, so I just go through the 1 or 2 slides quickly. The main constraints why we have not been able to move forward that much is that India has a federal structure in which electricity, including renewables, come under the concurrent status, and which means the center and states have equal responsibilities. Policies on land, project development within any state is determined by the state. In the auction system, the party bidding should be in full control of supply chain, lands, and costs. And this is not always the case, which causes the delay in implementation. Under reverse auction, parties bid aggressively and sometimes unrealistically, and then are not able to execute projects as envisaged in the time frame. Land availability and tie-ups causes major challenges and varies from state to state. The capacity of the power plant that can come up is directly proportional to grid or power evacuation capacity. While green corridors are set up and new substations are being planned and set up, the total capacity available is less than required, which is 200 gigawatt by 2030. Unless the position of substations are available to developers, they cannot plan wind farm projects, which is also based on where the winds prevail. So these are the major constraints due to which there is a delay in execution of the project. This is the offshore region, which is below Tamil Nadu, where the auctions have been done for seabed leasing. I did a small analysis of India versus China, because we see China has done something like 530 gigawatt, while we have done 46 gigawatt. I will not go into very detail because it will take time. Just to mention that in terms of land area, we are 1/3 of China, and in terms of population, we have the same population. So the pressure for land is much more in India than it would be in China. From that viewpoint, we cannot have the same capacities as China. There are some other aspects which I have discussed here, and people can look through the slide. This other important aspect is that wind turbine manufacturing has gone up. Now we have 15 gigawatt per year of production capacity, and the largest wind turbine size is 5.2 megawatt, which was recently come up from Adani. And there has been always a problem of size of wind turbines in India, which has been less than the size in globally, and this has remained like that for a long time. And it's probably due to the industrial supply chain, cranes, infrastructure, logistics, etc. So that is one aspect of the industry. This is the Adani 5.2 megawatt wind turbine. This is the Suzlon, which has been doing very well in the market and has been setting up wind turbines at 140, 160 meter with 3 megawatt wind turbines. This is the Suzlon trends in their own manufacturing trends in wind turbine technology. And this is Envision, another company which is very active in India. And this is it. And I would say that I have reached the end of my presentation. These are the various models which are active there in terms of business in India. One is round-the-clock power, the hybrids, wind plus solar, pure wind, IPPs, national auctions, PPA-based, captives, third-party corporates, offshore, new type auctions, development model, and land aggregation model. These are new business models which have evolved in the industry. So it's quite a well-entrenched industry that is functioning in India. Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much, Jami, for an excellent presentation about it's the 4th largest market, actually, India, the world's 4th largest market. And that's been like that for many, many years now. India is also, you only touched a little bit upon the history, but was the first Asian country which really invested on a large scale in wind power. You also pointed out the challenges with the current remuneration system, the auction system, and how that creates problems. I think we're coming back again and again to the same problem, and that's about the role of also the people and how local companies can play a role. So I would say that engagement process is certainly something that also we can see in India now, that was kind of the basis for the growth. We have any questions from the audience for Jami? as I said, please feel also free to write any questions. Yeah. So I see that Irfan is suggesting that we could publish a study about the Indian experience and the example that's been there. Well, I think that might be a good idea for in the good way and in the not so good, so the bad and the good lessons that can be learned. Jami, what do you think? Would it be worthwhile to write a kind of a history of Indian wind power? Or maybe that already exists, but maybe not in a condensed way.
Yeah, what I think is that we should see and compare different countries, why some countries do very well and why some countries do not do well. I think this is something that from the World Wind Energy Association we should look at, because some policies are very effective, some policies are not so effective. If you look at offshore, it has done very well in UK, Denmark, Germany side. Now US is struggling with it. And if you look at onshore also, like India did very well, was far ahead of China in the 80s, 90s. And then now China can be very proud of something like 530 gigawatt, half the world's capacity. So how does this thing happen? And in different countries, I think it will be of interest for everybody to figure out this aspect.
There is another question. I'm not sure. Maybe you can. Otherwise, we ask here the colleague Rajesu Karim Gol. Is there any scope? TN, is it Tamil Nadu 4 gigawatt for individuals?
Is there any scope TN 4 gigawatt for individuals? I mean, of course, individuals can always play a role as professionals, you know. Other than that, basically in the offshore front, it is very large companies. Even small companies will find it difficult. So it has to be very large companies who execute or get into these projects, even the terms and conditions of the auctions and things. So yes, professionals should offer services as individuals to these companies and other stakeholders. Yeah.
Yes. So with this, I'd say thank you very much, Jami. I don't see any other questions at the moment. Thanks a lot for presenting the Indian perspective, and you will stay with us. So if anybody would like to ask you questions, please, again, feel free to use the chat window here. Thank you. With this, we travel again to the west, and we are now going to Turkey, and it's my pleasure that we have Professor Tanay Sidki Uyar with us, who's been involved in, well, primarily as a scientist, but then also in different associations, Eurosolar Turkey, and on the board of World Wind Energy Association. Turkey is, of course, a key country, very important country, bridge between Europe and Asia. So it's, I think, a very good time now for you, Tanay, to take over. The floor is yours to present the Turkish wind market. So that looks
Okay,
already
thank
good.
you.
If you just
So-
use presentation mode, then I think it'd be perfect. Yeah, super.
Thank you very much. I will try to be brief and let you know what's happening in Turkey. So one thing is we are trying to Istanbul Beykent University, as I was doing in Marmara University, to teach engineers about the energy transition. And we have opened a few courses like renewable energy technologies and externalities of energy production and consumption and energy transition, and how to integrate renewable energy technologies to the systems, to the cities, so on. And of course, the general perspective is European Green Deal, which 27 countries of Europe decided together to be climate neutral by 2050.
So this is a good initiative for Turkey also, because Turkey is a part of this area. So Turkey should benefit from this for integration of renewables, and the conditions are positive. I mean, we have wind resources, we have people, young people, and good engineers, scientists, etc. So it's only the direction and the collective will of the society to go in that direction. Now it's sure that the municipalities are the key actors, together with the stakeholders in the each city. And this European Green Deal and Cities Initiative is based on this. Now there are 33 cities which have decided to apply for being climate neutral by 2030, and 33 of them are entitled and accepted as good candidates to be climate neutral by 2030 in Europe. And Izmir is one of them, and we are also, as Eurosolar Turkey, contributing this development. Now Izmir is named as a mission label city. So this means about 20 billion euro will be spent for those label cities to be good examples for all cities of Europe. Okay, so when we come to Turkish electrical energy installed capacity, we have about 25,000 megawatt natural gas, and these are for December 2023 and January 2024. As you see, for natural gas, for imported coal, lignite, there is no change. And this last year, also like this, we will see in a few minutes. And we have hydro with dams. It's also a little increase, and in 1 month, of course. And we have 27,000 megawatt for biomass, geothermal, solar, and wind. Altogether, 27,000 megawatt. And the hydro, 31,000 or 32,000 megawatt, 32 gigawatt. So in January, we had about total 697 megawatt added to the system, and total installed power of Turkey is 107 gigawatt. And out of the 697 megawatt added in January, 529 megawatt is renewable energy. When we come to wind, beginning with January 2023, you can see the data over here. There is an increase, but not too big increase. I mean, it's 12 gigawatt about, and the total place in installed power of the wind is 11%. This was February. When we come to the companies, top 10 companies with the highest wind energy installed production capacity, we see Polat Enerji, about 711 megawatt. And as you see, the others, Borusan, Gürüş, FİBA, Exim, Demirer Holding, Enerjisa, RT, Bilgin, each have almost 600 to 300 megawatt. This is the data for 31st of December. Now, this is the Electricity Market Associate license and production license distribution as of end of January 2024. As you see, we have about 61 licenses, and about the total megawatt is 2,744 hydraulic. For wind, we have 277 licenses. These are associate licenses, not completed yet. It's 19 gigawatt about, and geothermal about 10, and biomass 36, and sun is 439. So you see, we don't have any other licenses for big power plants for imported coal, local coal, fuel oil, natural gas, etc. For nuclear, we have one license about 4,800 megawatt. We don't know what will happen with it. They are delaying the total operational time. So totally we have about 34 gigawatt license and out of 828 systems operations. So total license given is 111,000 megawatt, 111 gigawatt. So over here we see the total for January, from January 23 to January 2024, the increase in the electricity installed power. The renewable energy is about 56,000 megawatt in January 2023. In January 24, it is 60,000 megawatt about. And we have, when we look at the future prospects, offshore is coming. Now we have an offshore wind energy association also in Turkey. And the total capacity of the Turkish wind market is about 100 gigawatt. And the target is to install 1,500 megawatt per year. And under construction, we have about 2 gigawatt already. The pre-licensed ones, YECA 1, these are 1,000 megawatt is only the operational. And YECA 2, these are the auctions, 915 megawatt. And pre-licensed total, we have 3,000 megawatt. And we have 20 projects for new capacity, but it is delayed. It was April 2022. So as we have mentioned earlier, Turkey has some synergy with the wider European offshore wind market. There was a tender of offshore wind in 2018, but there was no bids given. And identifying and mapping offshore wind potential of Turkey's separated project have been realizing by Energy Ministry. It's in cooperation with Danish Energy Agency, EBRD, European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, World Bank, and ESMAP. Turkey has 75 gigawatt, the technical potential for offshore wind within 200 kilometer, fixed 12 gigawatt, and floating 57 gigawatt. This is from the World Bank report. Today, Turkey has 12 gigawatt of wind, all onshore, generating 11% of its electricity. The government wants to add a further 28 gigawatt by 2035. Of this, 3 gigawatt is offshore wind, and the project are already worked on. There are 26 gigawatt of onshore wind projects under development, and the government is negotiating a memorandum of understanding with the United Arab Emirates developer for 2.5 gigawatt offshore wind in the Sea of Marmara.
You have 2 minutes left.
Okay, building all this new capacity is not just good for Turkey's energy security, it's good industrial policy too. Turkey already has a strong wind energy supply chain around Izmir city. There are 13 factories producing towers, blades, gearboxes, and generators. 80% of what they produce is exported mostly to Europe. This makes Turkey an essential part of the wider European wind energy supply chain. And there is ample room for growth. Further expansion around the port of Çandarlı can take the Turkish industry to the next level. This will mean even more economic development. Turkey has large deposits of the rare earths used in the permanent magnets in wind turbines. Turkey also processes the glass fibers that are used in wind turbine blades. So we have companies producing towers, the names are over there, and blades, fastener, generator, and gearboxes. We are exporting to 45 countries. So, okay. Then maybe we should talk about the support mechanism, then finish the presentation. Turkey's support mechanism for renewable energy investment started in 2011, and in 2020 it was about to be finalized, but due to COVID, it continues. And now this is the scheme, facility type wind, 32 Turkish kuruş for kilowatt hours, etc. And we are bringing people in this conference, IRENA conference each year. I have shared the links in the chat box. If anybody is interested, we are doing the 14th year, this conference. The idea now, what energy transition is happening, what has been done, and what needs to be done for the decarbonization of cities, countries, and continents. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Tanay, for this very good presentation about what is going on in Turkey. It's interesting to see that also Turkey is now looking into offshore wind, but of course there's a lot of land still available, and it's one of the big really markets for onshore wind with excellent wind resources there as well. Do we have any questions for Tanay? So you have mentioned, of course, that you're going to organize this IRENA conference, which is
next week.
next week, yes, where unfortunately some of us will be in Abu Dhabi at the IRENA assembly. So that is the only time this year at a later point of time, but we know that we do regret we cannot be with you in Istanbul, but we already wish you a successful meeting because this is an important meeting.
What can our friends do, even if they cannot follow? The cities are important. Now, Izmir experience will be shown over there. This is one of the cities who got a mission label in Europe. How did we approach? And it will be a good sign. It's in the program. And in 3 years, we managed to make a city contract signed by the mayor and accepted by the European Union for further funding. So it's a guide how to approach cities with the stakeholders and with the initiative of the municipality. And this is necessary. Otherwise, it's not the central government's authority or decisions to manage the cities, mayors. So our colleagues in their cities, in their countries, if they have contacts with municipalities, they should guide them to just try to learn this experience. Of course, every experience local is more valuable, but this is a European initiative and 33 cities are doing this. So we need to take advantage of this experience in the world we are living together. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Tanay. And certainly an important point that working with cities, we're, for example, working a lot also with ICLEI, which is the umbrella organization of local governments on the global level. Well, with this, again, thank you very much. If there are any questions, again, please have a look at the chat. And then we go again more to the west, and we will now go to Germany, the largest by far European market. The European lead market has been the third largest market worldwide now for many, many years, behind China and the United States. And it's my great pleasure that we can welcome Carlo Reeker, who is the managing director of the German Wind Energy Association. And Carlo, we look forward to hearing from you, especially as we know that after a couple of years where the wind market in Germany was not so strong, the numbers are now getting better again. So we look forward to hearing from you. The floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Stefan. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So thank you to invite me for this web conference. I share my screen. I hope this will work. Now you probably, can you see the screen?
Yes, so just go to presentation mode and then it's perfect.
Okay, so yes, okay. I will give you a short overview of what happened in Germany in the wind energy market. Stefan already mentioned it's getting a little bit better right now in Germany. We had a difficult situation a few years ago. I will mention I will go over to that in a few minutes. But first, let me say a little bit about the German Wind Energy Association. What will give you a little bit of an impression how the market and the branch, the wind energy branch in Germany looks like. We have 20,000 members as the association, and most of them are private members. We have 1,100 companies that are a member at the WWEA, and 2,200 operation companies, so the owners of the wind farms. But we are also proud that we have a lot of people who are just part of a wind farm, so private people. They're also a member of our association that started 20 years ago, and we still have this situation like this. So we are association with a bright sector of companies and private people. We are a member of the Wind Europe, and we're also a member of the European Renewable Energy Federation, and for sure we are a member for many years as our member of the World Wind Energy Association. You probably can't see it, not so good, but when on the right side you see a map of our regional groups in Germany. So this will give you an impression how many different groups are working for our targets or for our idea to go to 100% renewable energy in the different areas, especially where we have a lot of people living in the North Sea. You see a lot of you see many regional groups working for us, and we're connected to the other sectors of renewable energies over this group. So we are connected to solar associations, regional solar association, biomass association, and we all have a big unit now in this areas called the state associations for renewable energy, and we have in Berlin we have the headquarters here. We are right now from the German Renewable Energy Association. So we are connected. We are a big group, and we are a strong group, and we are a very decentralized group in Germany. That is one thing which is important for us in comparison to the centralized old energy sector. Now to Germany. What happened in Germany? With the new government started 2 years ago, we have very ambitious targets coming up to 2030. So right now we have 61 gigawatt installed capacity onshore, and the target is going up to 115 gigawatt up to 2030. So when you look at the right side, you see what we need is we will need a minimum of 10 gigawatt new installed capacity every year for wind energy. And like you see here, right now we are far away from that. So what we need, we need more areas where we can new areas where we can store capacity. So to reach this target of minimum 10 gigawatt is is something we are working on together with different groups, and but it is good that the new government gave us a very clear sign to go in this direction. When we look at the next slide, you see that the situation, like Stefan also already mentioned, we had a good situation in 2017 and 2016, where we have installed annual capacity over 5 gigawatt. And then we changed from a fixed price system to an auction system very quickly. And then there you see the drop. We had a change in the government, and you see the drop. And the idea was to bring more efficiency into the renewable energy market by an auction system. This was a hard change for us because from 2017 to 2018, we see a drop from 5 gigawatt to 2.5 gigawatt. And then the last 2 years, especially the last 2 years, we saw it's coming up again. So now last year we came up to 3.5 gigawatt brutto. Because, like you see here, the blue area down here shows how many turbines are repowered. I mean, we have a lot of old turbines started in the beginning of the 2000s, and they get now repowered and they're building up new turbines. So when you see at the netto effect, we will have 3 gigawatt new installed capacity in the German wind energy market, or Germany. So it's coming up, but not fast enough. We need, like I mentioned, we need 10 gigawatt each year. When you look at the map of Germany, you see that most of the turbines are installed in the north. Sorry, these are the dates from 2022. I was not able to change it, but what I wanted to say, you can also see this in these figures. When you look offshore, we have right now 9 gigawatt offshore altogether, a little bit less than 9 gigawatt offshore also altogether. It's 8.5 gigawatt. So compared to the 62 megawatt onshore, its offshore is it's around 12%. So the major part of wind energy is playing in the onshore in Germany, and there, especially in the north, like you see here in Lower Saxony, with 12 gigawatt, we have a very large amount of capacity of wind power. When you compare this to Bavaria down here, you see that the area is almost the same, but we just have 2.6 gigawatt here in the south. So, and when you in Germany, we have most of the industry is in the south. So we have the problem that we have to get the energy from the north into the south, and this is a big target we have to think about. One thing what we were talking for years is that you have to build up more turbines in the south, but this is not happening like we wanted to. Like this figure, you see the turbines are getting bigger. We have now an average of 2.5 gigawatts, and we have a height over 200 meter, an average height over 200 meter, and especially the rotor diameter is going up very fast, because we see we're getting so much more energy out of a turbine when we have a large rotor diameter. Here you see the regional distribution. So the commutative capacity per square kilometer, and there you can see very good that when you see here in the north, we have almost 550 kilowatt per square meter, and when you compare it to Bavaria, where we under 50 kilowatt per square meter, you see that there's a lot to do down here in this area, where we have a large need of energy from renewables.
You have 2 minutes left.
Okay, thank you. Let me just, I forgot to tell you one thing, which is important for us right now. We have 26% of the German electricity generation coming out for wind energy. Altogether, we have over 50% or 50% of renewable energy is produced. We have 50% of 50% share of renewable energy in electricity generation. So half of the energy is electricity is coming out of wind, solar, and biomass in Germany right now. So we want to go to 100%, and when we have 100%, then especially it's important to have to use the wind all over the country, also the other side around. When you go to solar power is mostly installed in the north and the south. There we have the situation that we need more solar power in the north, and also we need more storage. Let me give you a last example. For example, acceptance in Germany, we had a survey which is showing us that over 80% of the German population support further expanding of wind energy. So the situation for acceptance is good in Germany. So we're able to go to 100%. We're on the way to go to 100% renewable energy in Germany. And yeah, this is our target, and this is what we're working on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Carlo. That was an excellent presentation, giving a very good idea of where Germany stands and also a little bit where the challenges are. It just came into my mind when you talked about the distribution of where wind power is and where the industry is. At Tesla, I think everybody knows Tesla, when they built their factory, it's in the northern part of Germany, close to Berlin. They said they go there because of wind power. So that's obviously an additional incentive now, even for companies. Do we have any questions for Carlo? I don't see any questions, so obviously you answered all those questions sufficiently. Of course, what we see here with this target of 10 gigawatt per year, that is a really good target for Germany. And with that, Germany is on the way indeed to have a full renewable energy supply. So thank you very much. Please stay with us and again, look at the chat, and if any questions coming up, we'll be happy to answer them directly. Yeah, thank you. Then that was the last European country for this webinar today. And we're now moving to Africa. We are having 3 speakers from Africa. And I'm now looking at, because according to our program, our next speaker would be Professor Galal Osman from Egypt. But I see there might be a technical issue because I don't see a microphone symbol. Galal, are you with us? Can you hear us? So I would suggest that maybe we swap the order, and we have also Khalid Benhamou, who would be the next speaker. And Galal Osman, if you can hear me, I'd suggest that you maybe log out and log in again to see whether you can connect your audio also with Zoom, because I think at the moment it seems difficult. So let's continue now in order not to lose too much time with Khalid Benhamou. And now having Khalid and Galal with us, of course, let us again wish both of you and all our Muslim friends, and I think the whole world, a Eid Mubarak, happy Eid. And we do appreciate that you're joining us today in spite of probably having also family commitments today. So Khalid, it's my pleasure to welcome you. You are based in Morocco, working for Sahara Wind, also board member of the World Wind Energy Association. And you will talk about Morocco and the Maghreb states. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Stefan, and to all my Muslim colleagues around the world, Eid Mubarak. It's a nice opportunity to be able to present actually what we are doing in North Africa in terms of wind energy. And obviously we would cover the Northwest Africa region, the Maghreb, so-called Maghreb region. And I'm going to start with Tunisia, and I'm going to go westwards to Mauritania. Basically the Tunisian wind sector is actually not very dynamic. The last winter wind project has been commissioned in 2013. And it has obviously 243 megawatt of installed capacity. And we fail to see some visibility to scale up Tunisian renewable energy, wind energy potential, namely in wind. 1.75 gigawatts are scheduled for 2030, but we're not seeing it coming. Same thing with solar. So obviously this market needs to be revived. There are new legal frameworks being devised, and the key investments are needed. I'd say the case of Algeria is also fairly low, obviously, in wind capacity, about 10 megawatts only, for a country that boasts over 7,000 gigawatts of wind potential. So this is huge. Algeria's renewable energy targets are being modified, postponed in terms of target dates. And the most recent indicators in that market show that it's essentially solar PV based, with the ongoing tenders of 2 times 1 gigawatt in 2022, which are being rolled out now in 2024. 1 gigawatt added a year later. So basically, it's a slow market for wind. Solar PV is kicking in, and it's a bit of a disappointment because there are very good synergies that Algeria could use to use renewables to save its gas, natural gas. It's the first exporter of natural gas in Africa. And domestic use of natural gas absorbs 50% of that country's production, mostly for electricity purposes. That is, the mix is 98% gas-fired electricity. So the added value of renewables could be significant for that country. There are obviously green and blue hydrogen prospects. And the country is also influenced, obviously, by its state-owned gas companies, gas and power companies, that limit the development possibilities for private developers and attract also foreign direct investments into the region. So with that, I'll go further west and south to Mauritania, which has just inaugurated the 100 megawatt wind farm in December by Boulenoir, and so bringing the country's capacity to 135 megawatt out of a total installed capacity of 800, so that the share is significant. And what's more, there are grid expansion plans to both Senegal and Mali, and outstanding Power-to-X applications in green ammonia for now with the private conglomerates. Many MOUs have been signed. Projects are not yet bankable, but the most interesting prospects for Mauritania is to transform its main export of iron ore locally into value-added green steel, using its outstanding wind potential combined with solar for generating the value locally. And so obviously the European Commission has been there with some head of states of the Spanish government to try to encourage these future prospects. So the future looks bright for Mauritania, and the challenge is obviously the size of its grids and the investments that are needed for leveraging this potential. When it comes to Morocco in 2024, Morocco is the largest North African installed wind capacity market. We have 2.3 gigawatt operational. We've surpassed Egypt for the last 2 years, I think. I don't know how long we'll be able to do that, because obviously Egypt's got some big projects in the pipe. Morocco's wind sector, as you can see, is basically characterized by a mix of different frameworks where private sector has the bulk of the installed capacities, and we're already repowering the first wind farm by Kudi Albeda, 50 megawatt wind farm that will be repowered to 100 megawatts. The characteristic of Morocco's wind industry is that, first of all, in terms of industrial transfer, that because of the significant potential that Morocco has, we're talking about 6,000 gigawatts onshore on the Sahara coastline, remote from the load centers. So we do have a challenge of transferring that electricity over 1,400 kilometers to the load center. So there is a 3 gigawatt line, HV, DC or AC, we don't know, that will be operational by 26, 28. So that will enable Morocco to add significant amount of wind capacity into its grid. And the idea, because of the potential of the wind industry for Morocco, was to try and transfer a wind manufacturing sector, which has been achieved with the Siemens blade factory earlier, which has been discontinued, and a more recent, much larger scale Chinese blade factory investment with 3,300 jobs in the north of Morocco. So the LCOE is also outstanding. We had reached a record 3 cents in 2016, and right now it revolves around 2 cents a kilowatt hour. The Moroccan wind targets, Morocco generated about 15% of its electricity from wind. It increased its national NDC's ambitions to 45% by 2030, in line with the 1.5 climate temperature targets. And renewable capacity installed in Morocco is currently at 38% and will very likely exceed 52% by 2030, with an added expected wind capacity of 4 to 6 gigawatt. This can obviously be exceeded by extended interconnections with both in the north and in the south with our neighboring countries, and also some novel projects such like the green hydrogen PTX prospects, which aim to add from 8 to 14 gigawatts of renewable capacity into the grid. The utility has managed to overcome operational pressure of intermittency of renewables in restoring its gas, 17% power mix of gas-fired installation using a reverse flow from LNG imports from Spain, because Algeria suspended the deliveries of gas to Europe via Morocco using another pipeline. And Morocco also relies on pump storage. It has significant potential as well. And obviously new lines and sound policy signals, regulatory and environments for a national gas plan and green hydrogen offer will likely attract investments in infrastructure, generation, and transmission. So those are conducive frameworks for very large projects to be rolled out in the region. Just one slide on one of the most interesting green hydrogen projects, I think worldwide. There's been an agreement 2 days ago that has been signed with Fortescue in Australia, iron ore giant, with Morocco's fertilizer giant, disposing of large phosphate reserves, and one of the largest importer of gray ammonia in the world today, wishes to replace its gray ammonia imports by green ammonia by 2032. And green its entire processes. So those are huge investments that are in the pipe. And the challenge will obviously to be whether these timeframe can be met. I don't think so, because the investments are huge, but there are consistent integration options for the fertilizer industry and also for an energy transition prospects that will involve also the export of pressurized hydrogen pipeline into load centers in Morocco for its industry, but also enabling surplus exports with the pressurized hydrogen storage possibilities in Morocco's deep salt domes. So those are outstanding prospects, as highlighted with the Moroccan rollout green hydrogen plan unveiled on March 11th by the Prime Minister's office. And you can see in the gray zone the highest green hydrogen potential area of Morocco in gray. So it's 60% load factor of wind with an added PV, outstanding PV potential, enabling you to generate one of the world's lowest cost green hydrogen. In
You have
blue,
2 minutes left.
Thank you. In blue, you can see a pipeline that is the final investment decision is to take place at the end of the year, trying to link Nigeria through Morocco to Europe and feed all West African countries with offshore with natural gas. And parallel to that pipeline, a green hydrogen pipeline will be built, and that will enable Morocco to generate, as I had mentioned earlier, green hydrogen and store it in the dash line area here on the salt domes prior to feeding it to local market and export markets. And that will be my last slide in conclusion, showing you essentially the trade winds that are at the origin of about 70% of the world sedimentary phosphate reserves, 90% of which are used for fertilizer, which require ammonia, and a massive rollout also of desalination stations that are now powered with renewable energies in Morocco. And that's why it's very critical for Morocco to be able to feed this cheap electricity from the wind electricity from the Sahara coastline to its load centers. And because of the scale of the distances and the technologies, the interconnection with the neighbors are highly likely going to be very conducive. And with that, I'm open to your question, and I thank you very much for your attention.
Yeah, thank you very much, Khalid. I think that was a very good presentation about not only what is the status of wind power in the Maghreb region, in particular in Morocco, but also what are the prospects. And the prospects are very bright. Again, a region which is blessed with wind resources, excellent wind resources, first class. Yeah, thank you. Do we have any questions for Khalid? So that seems not the case. Maybe you can just mention again the export potential that you see, because we had recently, and I may refer to that as well, we did recently the WWEA podcast about North Africa, and you explained a little bit more how you see that Morocco can become an energy exporter, so that you see in the future that will be mainly based on hydrogen and products?
Well, I think it's going to be a parallel system, because hydrogen has the advantage. We have a business case for hydrogen with the fertilizer industry. And if you roll out massive amounts of renewables for that program, then obviously green electrons will be available at scale, generated on the Sahara coastline, and can be fed then to local load centers in Morocco. And as you can see the map, the proximity of Morocco with the Iberian Peninsula is we have 14-kilometer distance. So I do not think that you can have massive amounts of green electrons available in Morocco and no exchanges with Europe. And so that's why I believe it will be both green electrons and green molecules that will be exchanged on both sides with Europe, and for which adequate investments will be made. And I think particularly for the case of hydrogen, you need market signals. And I think the European Commission and European countries are obviously striving to make sure that they can provide visibility to that market so that green hydrogen can be rolled out effectively. And with that, obviously, investments can kick in because the amount of the scale of investments needed are huge compared to Morocco's economic capabilities. And so that's why investment security and frameworks are critical at some point in time.
You mentioned also during the podcast that, and let's just make this as the last point now, before we go to our next speaker, that as you now refer to investment, that German Siemens Gamesa, or German-Spanish Siemens Gamesa, they just closed their plant in Morocco, but there is now a major investment from a Chinese wind turbine manufacturer. So you will have now investment from East Asia, which will then provide part of the investment that you see as necessary.
Yes, I believe that they're complementary. I mean, obviously, in order to scale up on such dimension, obviously any investor is welcome. We cannot start saying, oh no, we want investments only from Europe and not from Asia or the Middle East for that matter. And so in that case, you do have a challenge for Morocco is to make sure that it can capture a transfer of industry, to make sure that these investments generate jobs and are best leveraged. And for that to happen, it's good to have a competitive environment in the manufacturing sector, in the component sector, and Morocco has good experience with the automotive industry, aeronautics industry, where many ecosystems have been built, and the largest export of Morocco, surpassing even fertilizer and phosphate, is now automobiles. And this has been achieved in the last 10 years with gigafactories that is also now covering the electromobility, and so we see Morocco as a green industrial hub in the future. And the objective of the government is really to focus on the industrial side of the renewable energy rollout, making sure that any investment in renewables are well integrated and feed an ecosystem for decarbonizing Morocco's industry. And as you know, Morocco has still a 90% energy dependency on fossil fuel imports. It's among the few countries with probably Mauritania that has now discovered gas that does not dispose of any significant fossil resources. And so it's one more reason why Morocco has to be more aggressive, particularly since its market is industrial market is export oriented towards Europe with the carbon adjustment mechanism and vision that will kick in 2026, I believe.
Very good.
So if we need to be competitive, we need to be decarbonized. And if we have already good industries, we believe we can maximize what renewables can do in the region.
Very good. Thank you so much, Khalid, once more. And I just shared the link for the podcast. So those of you who would like to listen more in detail about what Khalid knows about, please refer to that. Now we stay in North Africa, and it's my pleasure to welcome Professor Galal Osman from Egypt, who will tell us about the development of the Egyptian wind power market, which was the first major wind power market in the African continent. And yeah, it's our pleasure to hear from you directly how Egypt is doing. Hello.
Thanks, Stefan. Do you hear me?
Yes, everything looks good. And
okay, can Martina?
Yeah, the slides are up.
My talk. Thanks for the invitation. I ask for wind energy for Egypt, and I brief you about the situation, how we are making energy transition from thermal power plants to new plants. Our structure of the power system were 80% thermal power plants and 20% renewable. Now there are two scenarios I'm going to show it now. Is to go from 20% to 42% or even 57% different scenario for the energy mix. And this can be done by getting rid of the old thermal power plants, because for reality, we are running short now in natural gas, and we are, instead of exporting natural gas, we are importing natural gas, and we pay $2 billion for natural gas per month. And this is more than the income of the Suez Canal. So we are now forced for the energy transition from natural gas, fossil power plants to new thermal and wind plants, and we are ambitious to go in this direction. In the pipeline of the power, also we have 4 gigawatt nuclear power plant. This part in the diversification of what is happening. Next, please. The pie chart shows the energy mix and how we're making the transition towards 42.4% renewable energy. The present target, which the country always working with, is to go for 14.4% wind and 24.7 PV, and not only solar but solar thermal with energy storage, molten sodium, with the constant 2 gigawatts from hydro, and we are having a problem with hydro with Ethiopia Grand Dam. So hydro is fixed, and all the hydro plants were exploited. Is now to introduce wind and solar, and to make a jump till for 16.4% wind. So I ask all the world wind companies to come, and there is many facilities has been introduced. New areas of land has been allocated. The maximum height of wind turbine has been increased to 180 meters, and there are grace periods for import of material and different things. Next. So ambitious figures are coming. We are no more on the 20% of renewable. There are 2 reference scenarios, 50% of renewable, and the green scenario is 57. So now starting June 23rd, this has been updated and integrated and sustainable energy strategy for 2040. And even with the time frame, instead of having this 50% on 2035, there has been chances to go for this by 2030. So as soon as possible is to decarbonize. Wind and solar and CSP. Sorry for interruptions. There was telephone coming, as today is a feast, and many who called came and coming. Next slide. This is integrated and sustainable energy sector for Egypt for 2040, and we see that the image is being changed. Large area from solar and larger area from wind, and nuclear is coming in the pipeline, and energy storage is being by hydro being introduced. So we are different scenarios are in the pipeline with the total capacity of 143 gigawatt. This makes the problem for the utility is to make also upgrading in the same time for the transmission lines, having a longer transmission line, having 1,000 kilovolt towers, and a new budget should be done for the energy stability, how to stabilize the grid with if you have penetration of fluctuating renewable energy up till 40%. These are all very critical items for the grid and being considered now under our budget. One on the grid how to expand transmission line and how to stabilize the system. And the other one is to have green electrons instead of fossil fuel in our system. And in parallel, there are chances to go from green electrons to green molecules. With green molecules, you have the Suez Canal, and there are green corridor where many ports of the world would like to stop and have their vessels being charged with fuel, which might be green ammonia. So there are also chances to go and build locally electrolyzer, high industry of electrolyzer, and to also make desalination power plants with renewable energy, so that we have freshwater electrolyzer. And there are calls also for fuel cell to run the electrical vehicles and different items. So it is movement with many legislation to be changed, and new areas has been acquired, and higher limitation of wind turbine has been introduced, and longer blades has been allowed in different new areas in area, as 30,000 kilometers has been taken in other new areas of Egypt, like southern Sohag on the western part of the River Nile. So no more also the Gulf of Suez and the normal area on the Red Sea. Plus, we are confronted that the old wind farms in Za'farana, which were with a small wind turbine, good wind site with high capacity, were only 600 kilowatt wind turbine, to be replaced by 3 or 4 gigawatt of new turbine, and to make the new area for this one. So the task is busy in all dimensions, and the new hydrogen strategy with EBRD has been in the pipeline, and many MOUs has been signed. But the present situation is to how the time factor of the transition from fossil fuel to pure solar energy and the pure wind energy in the system, as now in reality we are getting now blackout of electricity for 2 hours per day. 2 hours per day rotational blackout, so that to spare fuel, which costs us now half the income of the Suez Canal in this area. So new sunny areas and new industry, and we're teaching the system for energy transition from different items. Next one.
You have 2 minutes left.
Okay, I live in the time budget. This is also another scenario for, there are reference and of 57% renewable energy. So the targets of 57% is new area for Egypt, which were only 20% renewable, with different sizes on the pie chart, and the new energy storage technology is being introduced. And I show now some photos of the present old wind farms, and the next one. Next. This is Za'farana, 500 megawatt, which need now repowering, and I invite wind world to come and replace the old one and making a new one with higher capacity, longer blades, and higher towers. Next. Is Jebel State on the Gulf of Suez, where many new companies has been coming, many world coalition has been come and firmed, and I see now in the Egypt wind market there are many scenario, many wind industries are in the pipeline. Next. This Ras Gharib wind farm, 350 megawatt, and this consortium of Engie, Toyota, Orascom Alliance, and the total investment is $400 million. Next one. And the last one is for wind farms in Likila. This is British investor and having with Siemens Gamesa wind turbine, building a system of was $322 million, 250 megawatt wind farm. And this is my last slide, and I am open for any question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Galal, for this wonderful presentation about how the wind market in Egypt looks like, and also with good prospects, which will hopefully also make the plans of the government to use nuclear, which is way too expensive compared to wind energy, obsolete. So yeah, do we have any questions for Professor Osman? That seems not the case. So again, thank you so much for being available for us, especially on this special day for all Muslim families. And I hope you can enjoy the rest of the day with your family. And
thanks for the invitation. Enjoy.
To you, like to all our Muslim friends here, Eid Mubarak.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's been very kind. It's special, many family obligations. We honor to enjoy this day. Thanks, Stefan.
Thank you. Then we move further on and we stay in Africa, and it's my pleasure that we have Baine with us, who is from the Ugandan Renewable Energy Association. And I'm very glad that we have you with us, and you can tell us a little bit about the situation of renewable energy and wind power in one of the sub-Saharan countries, where we're looking forward to hearing, of course, not yet that large wind farms, but there are also interesting plans, and we're looking forward to hearing from Bernard. Bernard, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here. Thanks, Stefan, and a good afternoon, at least from Uganda. Yeah, unfortunately, Stefan, I am joining the call from the field, so I'm out of office. Therefore, I'm not able to make a formal presentation. I'll also keep my video off. I know it's quite unfortunate, but please bear with me. I had to run under the tree to connect to the call because it's quite very important for me. So I hope that's fine, Stefan and the team.
Yes, of course. Please go ahead.
Great. Thanks again, and my pleasure being here and making a presentation, basically speak about the status of wind energy, but also renewable energy in Uganda. As Stefan mentioned, my name is Bernard Mbaine. I am the CEO at Ugandan National Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency Alliance, UNREA. UNREA is basically an apex organization that represents the private sector actors within the renewable energy space. And basically we bring together different associations, which are based, we bring under our network a total of over 500 companies, private companies that deal in the different renewable energy technologies. I also support the Wind Power Association specifically, and of course, having experience in the wind energy sector for quite a number of years. Stefan, just maybe to start with about the Ugandan market, we're quite still a very small energy market with close to 2 gigawatt total installed capacity, I think by end of 2024.
So Bernard, I'm afraid we've lost you. No, that I think, unfortunately. Are you with us?
Stefan?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? My apologies. I think I don't know. It's my network. I think. Yeah. Still, just if I may pick up from where I stopped. I don't know where I stopped, but I guess I was telling you about the Ugandan market.
Yes.
That we're not a very large market. So close to 2 gigawatt. I guess by end of this year, we are working on a mega hydro project of about 600 megawatts. So once that comes online, will be around 2 gigawatt total installed capacity. The unique and the advantage is that we have quite a very supportive market to the private sector. We have quite a number of investments, a number of IPPs in all renewable energy technologies. The unique with Uganda is also that over 95% of our grid installed capacity comes from renewable energy technologies, largely hydro, but we have some solar, some cogeneration. So basically, the grid is you could say that it's largely powered by renewable energy sources. Also to mention that, I mentioned that the sector is dominated by hydro. So Stefan, just to talk a bit more about wind energy, the wind energy market in Uganda is still at its infant stages. However, we note that some activities, especially on productive use, where we look at water pumping that dates back to around 20 years, 25. And basically here, wind energy was being generally used for water pumping and water production. But about 8 years, up and about 8 years, the country picked quite a lot of interest in developing wind energy for commercial purposes. Just to mention a few projects over time, within a span of about 5 to 8 years, the government deliberately did some demonstration project, and basically this was in the small wind turbines, trying to see how the small wind turbines could be used in rural areas where access is to grid is as lower than 19%, to try and provide this as an alternative solution to provide electricity. And they demonstrated with a number of projects in the different rural areas of the country. We also see around 2015, the government established the very first 2 wind masts, basically to measure the wind potential, because as a new technology, it's important that you start by understanding the potential. And then more to that, in around 2015, 2016, also the government issued a permit to the very first developer of a grid scale wind project of about 20 megawatts. This is a Sri Lankan company, which until today has, they installed about 8 wind measuring masts, completed the entire wind measurement campaign of about 3 years, and have obtained the license for a 20 megawatt project. And currently this project is in land acquisition. So we also note some challenges in land acquisition. Stefan, just to inform you that our wind energy potential, generally the Ugandan wind potential is relatively low in most of the parts, but we have quite significant potential in the northeastern part of the country. This is the area that borders with the Turkana side in Kenya, which is also a very high potential area when it comes to wind energy. So we see that in this area, these are basically pastoralists. These are pastoralist areas, and so land becomes a very critical issue. And therefore, this is also very key to note, as seen in the ongoing, land negotiations that have taken over 1 year for this very first wind project in the country. Stefan, also to note that recently, I think last year, we got pressure that the IFC scaling wind project considered Uganda as one of the countries to advance and support the development of wind energy. And therefore, there has been a lot of discussions between the IFC team and the Ugandan Ministry of Energy. There's been, an evaluation, country-wide evaluation of the potential by Everose, of course. And we see that from the reports that, up to 13 gigawatt, highly attractive commercial potential, which translates to 31, terawatt hours per annum. And of course, this is a theoretic potential based on evaluation based on available wind data on satellite data.
You have 2 minutes left.
Okay. So under this project, about 100 megawatt of potential sites have been gazetted, and discussions are ongoing to have developers who are interested in these sites. And we see LCOE of about 55 to 80%, to 80 USD per megawatt hours with these projects that have been cited under the IFC project. And under this program, so currently, yeah, we're engaging with developers to see that we can develop a clear roadmap for development of these sites that have been identified. There's also another project by the government, which is looking at developing, doing studies across the country and developing a wind investment guide. And the government is currently finalizing the terms of reference for consultancy project. And therefore, I think for the private sector players, it's important to look out for this tender. So there will be soon a tender on supporting the government on producing an investment guide and as I finalize, I just wanted to cite very quickly what are some of the key challenges that we've seen across over this time. I think generally, of course, we note that as a country, the potential is relatively low as compared to the other countries. And of course, because of this, some projects may not tend to be very attractive. But we also see challenges of grid stability. I think it was mentioned from Egypt. So grid stability is an issue, especially if you're talking about a large share of wind energy, which is highly intermittent. We see issues of data, having no wind data to really, guide investments on wind energy in the country. And these also delay the ongoing projects because you have to start by measuring data and everything. We also see local capacity challenges. Being a new technology, we've got to develop capacities as a country. And therefore, this has also been challenging. When it comes to small wind turbines, maybe for the interest of those, we also see an issue on high costs of small wind turbines. And these cannot compete with the solar and other alternative technologies. So which makes it hard to penetrate the market and increase adoption of small wind turbines. So generally, Stefan, I come to the end of my presentation. Happy to hear if there are any questions and to get in touch with anyone who would be interested in the Ugandan market. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Bernard. That was a very good presentation, giving us an idea of where Uganda stands. And it's good to hear that you have with the IFC, obviously an organization which then would also be available to finance such projects. So you talked about 13 gigawatt of potential, which is not that small. I think the largest African market at the moment is 3.5 gigawatt. That's South Africa, followed by Morocco and Egypt, both with around 2 gigawatt. So there's obviously a potential of becoming a player in the African wind energy market. Do we have any direct questions for Bernard? I've also understood, of course, that grid stability you think is an issue, but I think what we know from other parts of the world is that once wind energy is established, it's even helping to stabilize the grid, because modern wind turbines can do a lot when combined with the right other technologies. So let me ask you again, any questions? So if there is an interest being in touch with Bernard, then please let us know and be happy to connect you. Again, you also mentioned small wind energy as an option, which at the moment you see as rather expensive. Let me mention that that's something we will have a separate webinar. We're planning one. We had one already recently, but we're planning another one in probably May, where we will deal with this matter and see how some of the challenges related with that can be dealt with. Yeah, so again, thank you very much to Bernard. Thank you for joining us in spite of your not allowing you to contribute from an office, but thank you. We wish you all the best with your activities in Uganda, and we look forward to staying in contact.
Yeah, thank you, Stefan, and yeah, thank you.
Now let's move to the Western Hemisphere, and our next speaker will be from Brazil, which turned out to be now one of the largest market worldwide. Brazil starting around 20 years ago, rather small, but last year surprising many of us with almost 5 gigawatt of added capacity. And it's my pleasure to welcome Everaldo Feitosa, who is one of the leaders of this development, starting as a scientist and now also as an investor, as a developer. Everaldo, it's my pleasure to welcome you, and the floor is yours. Everaldo, if you unmute yourself.
Yes.
Yeah, very good. Please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Stefan, for the opportunity and the initial words. We have the last 2 years a huge development in new wind installations in Brazil, and I will make this presentation based. I will compare 2 years, 2022 and 2023, up to now. So it's important to have this analysis. Can I have the next slide, please? Yeah. Well, here we can see the total wind install capacity in 2022, 25,000 megawatts, and we jumped nearly 5,000 megawatts added in under 1 year. In the end of 2023, we will reach 30,000 megawatts of wind capacity. So this is a huge development. And of course, it's important also to mention that we have the same solar install capacity exponential growth. So at the moment, we have the same amount of distributed generation solar, around 30,000 megawatts. So added to the 30,000 megawatt of wind capacity, now we have 30,000 megawatt of small DG system solar. And of course, we have large solar grid connected projects around 13,000 megawatts. So this is a huge development in Brazil and mainly located in the northeast region of Brazil. Can I have the next slide, please? So last year I have made this presentation, so it's important that I'm comparing the two last year. So in 2023, we had the lowest free market electricity price in Brazil. Why? Because all the hydro reservoir have been full, and we do it to this fact. We have a huge reduction of auctions for the regulated market. Next one. And just to give you an idea, we have in Brazil the second largest artificial lake in the world. The first one is in China. And I'm showing this graph, the volume of this second largest artificial lake in the world. And in the last part of the graph, we can see the behavior in 2023. So nearly 100% full. This is the reason why we have not added more wind. So it's important to mention that we have added nearly 5,000 megawatts of new wind capacity in spite of the fact of the lowest energy prices in Brazil. So if we have some microscopic change in the lack of rain and decreasing the volume of the artificial lakes in Brazil, of course, this installed wind capacity will increase in the same amount. Next one, please. So due to this fact, we have in 2022 and 2023, the lowest electricity price in Brazil in 10 years. So we can see in the horizontal line, the graph showing the behavior of the free market electricity in Brazil. Next one. Okay, let's go to the good news. So most of the wind and solar projects in Brazil are located in the Northeast region. This is the line shown with the dotted line here. Next one, please. So wind, solar, electricity, large producers are located in the Northeast, and the large consumers are located in the Southeast of Brazil. So the big question here is related to transmission. The big question here is related to not having the curtailment of the solar and wind projects that we are presenting at the moment in Brazil. Next one. So 2 years ago, we have this planning of new transmission line investment, of new 10,000 kilometers of connection, and nearly $10 billion in new investment. So, so today in this presentation, I have the pleasure to show that this planning is going ahead. So the process of implementation are done in several steps. The first step is the transmission line auction number 1, and the second step is transmission line auction number 2. So let me show you, next slide, please, what we are doing in Brazil. So the first step, this has been done in December last year, December 2023, transmission line auction number 1. So the main objective has been to increase the interconnection between the Northeast and the Southeast region with a high voltage direct current link. So this 1,500 kilometers DC link is going to add 5,000 megawatts of new wind and solar capacity in Brazil. So the total investment is $5 billion, and this auction has been done last year in December, and now we have to wait 4 years to be implemented. Next slide, please. So this is the second transmission line auction number 2. This has occurred in 2-3 weeks ago in March. And also the main objective is to increase the wind solar penetration and to decrease curtailments. So this new transmission line auction number 2 will be at nearly 6,000 kilometers of transmission line and 9,200 MVA of substations. Total investment $4 billion. This has been done, and the winner, the private company winner of this bid, will have 4 or 5 years to implement next year. Next slide, please. So now, of course, we are doing the homework. We are doing the new transmission line, the reinforcement of the grid, and on this line, it's a pleasure to show what is happening in the Northeast of Brazil related to wind and solar generation. So this is a graphic. In the horizontal line, we have since the year 22 up to January 24, we are comparing here the consumption of electricity of 60 million people, population of 6 million people in the Northeast of Brazil, the blue line, and the yellow one, the wind and solar generation. It's very important to see what I call the wave of wind and solar. So if you see more or less in the left side of the graph, you see a kind of wave in such a, the length of the wave is not too big, the height is not too big. And in 23, 24, this is on the right side of the graph, we can see this wave in a new shape, increasing substantially. So in 1-2 years, this way will increase a little bit more, and we will have 100% of the northeast of Brazil with 6 million inhabitants generated totally by wind and solar. And of course, I have not included in this graph the hydro. If we include the hydro, we have this region already with more than 100% generating from hydro, wind, and solar. So this is a good perspective. Of course, if we have a lack of water in the reservoirs, the tendency will be to increase the wind and solar in Brazil. And now, what's the main critical item? The main critical item is the stabilization of the grid. So in reality, we are having in Brazil at the moment the largest field lab in the world related to the high penetration of wind and solar and how to stabilize the grid. So this is a challenge, and let's see how we'll solve this problem. And at the same time, we are working on hybrid systems, hybrid wind and solar. And the tendency is to give value in terms of financial value for the contracts of energy, of flat energy. So suppose that you have a site with night wind together with solar, we can reach nearly flat energy. This is the tendency. And if we use this hybrid wind, large wind and large solar, the tendency will be to give value for this PPA, for this energy, in a range that will be viable financially. So we have a lot of perspectives, a lot of challenges, a lot of problems to be solved, but we are quite sure that the northeast region of Brazil will carry on the tendency of having 100% wind and solar energy in the next years. Okay, next one.
You have 1 minute left.
Next one, please. Yes, that's okay. Thank you, Martina, for your right time chronometer. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Excellent, excellent. I think this was an excellent presentation because it shows the world how the situation in which many countries will be in 5, 10, 15, maybe 20 years. You are, we talked about this also in the podcast recently, you are in a kind of luxury situation that you have already an excess of renewable power at some points of time. So it's now the question how to manage this excess and how to balance it that you have covering 100% always when there is a need. Very good. Of course, Brazil is a country that is blessed not only with wind, but also all other renewable resources. Do we have any questions for Everaldo? So I just can recommend everyone who wants to know how future supply system can look like. Have a look at what Brazil is doing and how it is continuing. Now, there is a question, what's the share of hydropower in Brazil?
Well, at the moment, we have around between 60 and 70%.
60 and 70%, which makes it also easier because at the moment also, but I remember some time ago, the reservoirs were not filled. The moment they're full, so it's easy to balance wind and sun with that. But you also mentioned that the reservoirs are not at the same place like the wind and solar resources.
Yes, yeah. This is the big problem that, as we have mentioned, sometime in Brazil, we have a large hydroelectric power plant with the inertia of the hydro that is stabilizing the system 3,000 kilometers from the main wind farm location. So I compare the distance between Bonn and Cairo. So suppose that you are in Bonn with a large wind energy penetration, and your stabilization is being given by a hydroelectric power plant in Cairo. So this is something that's happening in Brazil that we need to see closely how to solve and what are the tendencies. So this is why I call this is the largest field lab in the world.
So there is another question from Irfan. How much is the curtailment? So how much of the power
good
that
question.
you produce?
Yeah, good question. We have a tendency at the moment in Brazil to avoid any risk of the energy system. So the national operator is having to be in the safe side to have the curtailment in wind, in large wind and solar projects. So it's not a large amount, but this is sometimes that will impact the financial result of the projects. Of course, this is a problem and is not easy to define and not easy to solve, but this is a problem that we're facing at the moment.
Yes, I think that's a situation that actually also exists in other countries, like my home country, Germany, where there is sometimes also discussion because the wind farm operators are paid, although they're not producing for the grid. Well, thank you so much. Again, let me refer to the podcast, Everaldo, you and me. We recorded recently a podcast about Brazil, spending more than half an hour. So more details you can find in the podcast. I just shared the link here. By the way, for those of you who are interested also in being a guest of our new podcast, please contact me. We will do this on a regular basis and present countries, unlike now where we only have 10 minutes per country, but spend then half an hour per country. Yeah, thank you so much. With this, Brazil, we travel further to the south, to Argentina. And this is the last, but definitely not the least presentation today. It's my great pleasure to welcome Hector Pagani from the Argentine Wind Energy Association. So the southern part of South America. And Hector, I'm very glad to have you again with us today to speak about Argentina and how the wind power market is performing there. I think especially interesting at the moment as you just had a change in government, but the floor is yours.
Good morning, good afternoon.
I think you just
can see.
Yes, you just should go to the presentation mode, go down on the right button, a la derecha.
You can see?
You can see? No, at the moment it's disappeared. So please share again. Yes, and now please, if you press the button on the right bottom, a la derecha. Yeah. More to the right. And there is this small symbol which you makes it a presentation. No, if you go to the right.
Done.
If you go to the right at the bottom, there is this symbol which is for presentation mode. No, right. Move to right. and then down. Down and to the
Down.
right.
Yeah.
Presentación, ¿no?
Sí, presentación.
Now we don't see it anymore. Please share again. Start again sharing. Martina, do we have the presentation?
Yes, I can show
Yeah,
it.
if maybe you can share. Martina can share maybe, and then we can.
Oh.
Yeah, you.
Sorry, no,
no worries.
Do you see it?
Martina, can you start sharing?
Do you see it now?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me to this webinar and begin out to share the state of wind energy Argentina. Next, please. Okay. The installed power as of December 2023 was 43,774 megawatts with an installed power of renewable energy of 16 megawatts, including largest hydraulic generator greater than 50 megawatts that were not counted until last year. Not conventional renewable energy add up to a total of 5,747 megawatts, 611 megawatts more than the year, of which wind energy grew to 3,705 megawatts, 396 megawatts in the year. Next, please. On display, we can see the renewable generator in display. You see the renewable generator in the year 2022 and 2023. A growth renewable energy generator grew 3.9% as demand grew 1.5% compared to 2022. The percentage of participation of renewable energy went from 13.9% to 14.3%, wind energy grew 2.2% compared to the previous year. Next, please. In the following plate, we see how renewable energy has been growing in the recent year, reaching 43% on non-conventional renewable energy, and this wind energy participates with 72% of this generator. Next, please. The total installed wind capacity of December 2023 was 3,705 megawatts, similar to that was processed at the beginning of the year. Next, please. Here we can see the operational wind farm with their location, commercial name, and installed power. Next, please. Next, please. Next, please. The construction and wind farm currently was completion. That is between this year and the end of 2025. Next, please. The summary of the status of wind farm as of December 2023 can be seen on display. Total tender 5,586 megawatts in 86 park. Total operation park 65 with a power on the 3,705 megawatts. Total park under construction 21 with a power of the 1,881 megawatts. Next, please. We see the demand of electrical energy from 2022 to the terawatt hour, which will help us to see in the next slide how wind energy will develop by 2025, which it went low 27,191 ends. Next, please. To determine the projection to 2025 with the current tender, we see that the real situation 2023 indicate that the percentage of renewable energy was 40.3%. The law indicates that this should be 18%, with an annual consumption of the 137,000 gigawatt hour and installed power of 3,705 megawatts. The forecast for 2025 is to reach 20% of renewable energy, considering that between this year and the next, there will be a growth in demand of 6%. We will reach a demand of 135,009 megawatts and 71 megawatts. We as all the calculated that the wind power to comply with the law 20% should be 5,000 megawatts, and that with the current project. If they meet the promise deadline, we will have 5,586 megawatts of installed power, greater than what is required by the law. That is the objective of the law will be met. Next, please. In the following map, you can enter by clicking on in this and see the wind farm, the location, and the power. Next, please. To understand the following play, we must know that in December 2023, there was a change of government, and with this many things began to be modified, among them the subsidy. We see on display how it was distributed by type of user, the coverage in percentage, that is the size what each person pay for the service in red color, and the subsidy that the national state had for each type of user in light blue color. For the new administration, subsidy will only be vulnerable user, recomposition of rate and honesty of price. Next, please. The recomposition of rate and honesty of price began in December 2023. There was a great devaluation of the Argentine peso. It went from beginning war 364 pesos for each dollar to begin war 800 pesos for each dollar. That is, we can see the variation of the monomic price as they drop lower in dollar in December 2023, $47 for each megawatt hour. increase in Argentine pesos worth 38,000 Argentine pesos for each megawatt hour. The Argentine peso continued to devalue, so in febrero it cost $1.800 Argentine pesos, giving a economic price of $62.13 for each megawatt hour, and the equivalent in Argentine pesos of 51,880 for each megawatt hour. Next, please. Argentina has a big problem in the electrical transmission line. To solve them, it needs an investment of $9,800 million. Next, please. In the 2023 execution on 1,550 megawatt ampere of the transformation power were added to the high voltage system. 1,255 kilometers of transmission linear, of which 450 kilometers in extra high voltage, 500 kilovolt, and 805 kilometers in high tension line, 132 kilovolt. Next, please. The renewable energy tender for this first quarter of 2024 are being carried out through the Matter 360 system, and the result will be available on April 30. Next, please. The proposal of the national new Secretary of Energy are incorporate the market of greenhouse gas emission rights. Although until now there are no details, their idea is to assign annual and mandatory emission right threshold compatible with complying with the Paris Agreement to each of the sector and subsector of the economy, respecting the each one take responsibility on your part.
You have 1 minute left.
Renewable energy tender will continue through the system matter. Expansion of the transition system, the way to restore to the pricing system must be resolved, making the private initiative exchange compatible. Incentive for large investment, RIGI. Investing for new project and expansion of system, one with incentive, certain legal security and efficient protection. Although there is a proposal, it must be approved with the majority of political parties. Next, por favor. Please. Next. Thank you for all.
Yeah. Muchas gracias. Thank you so much for your very interesting presentation about the market in Argentina, which is now also a substantial market, and it's, I think, in South America, it's now the third largest installed wind capacity. So we are coming to the end of this webinar, Wind Power Around the World. And I would like to ask whether there is any question for our last speaker, for Hector. Does anyone have a question for Hector?
Okay.
I think it was a very good presentation with all the key information that is necessary. And so in case anyone has any questions, you can also contact us after this webinar, and we'll be happy to connect you by email, for example. Yeah, I'd say thank you so much, dear Hector. Your day is just starting, so I wish you a very good day. Yeah, we had several hours now of excellent presentations, giving us really very good information about how wind power markets are developing around the world. It's very good to see a lot of new momentum in many markets It's good to see very big, but also smaller markets in also countries that are just starting. Well, with this, I'd like to hand over Irfan, if you'd like to say a few final words and conclude our meeting for today.
Yeah, thank you, Stefan. Thank you. Okay, yes, definitely. This is such a wonderful. Okay, I was just trying to adjust myself. So let me open my camera as well so that people can see my expressions as well. Yeah, thank you. Great. So it's I just wanted to conclude shortly. First of all, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all my friends for their invaluable contributions. I thank each of you for bringing passion to this forum. Your participation has made this webinar not just a meeting of minds, but definitely a beacon of hope for the future. So, Stefan, I was reading somewhere, some wise man said that, I think this is very important here, that every gust of wind is a reminder. I'm just reading it, so please. So some wise man said every gust of wind is a reminder of the untapped potential that surrounds us. And every turning turbine is a symbol of progress towards a cleaner, more sustainable world. Let's carry forward the momentum, So this is what. So let's carry forward the momentum. Now taking it further from the wise men from today and inspired and united in our quest for a renewable energy future. So thank you once again for joining us in this webinar, Wind Power Around the World. And maybe this would be, again, one of the many successful webinars WWEA is going to hold in 2024. So thank you, everybody. So I'm really grateful to all of you.
Thank you. That concludes
Stefan.
the webinar. And with this, have a nice day, have a nice evening, have a good night, wherever you are. Fair winds, and see you healthy again. Bye-bye.